Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you.
Bound in freedom, peace and unity. Hey, that's so. Oh yeah. Arise, oh compatriots, Nigeria call obey to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, in freedom, in freedom, peace and unity. Arise, my people, arise, my
Welcome, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're joining us from. Thanks for joining in today on our live broadcast. Hope you all had a lovely week. Thank God for life. Today's going to be an interesting set of conversations. Today we'll focus more on answering the question if polygamy should be legalized. We'll also be touching into other trending news over the week. Glad again for joining. Please be respectful, be open-minded, and have fun today. Adam and Electricity, welcome. Mr. John Abba, KJ, welcome.
Thank you, Tope. Greetings to every one of our viewers. Thank you for joining. Tope O and I are the women's segment. We hope you guys are ready for the interesting topics that we're going to discuss today. Just like Topper said, please be respectful on the comment section and mind your comment because you can be on a timeout or your comment will be removed. So let's learn to keep an open mind and respect each other's opinion. Electricity, over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hope you are prepared for an exciting moment. Uh, we will be starting. Welcome, John Abba, KJ, and AY to the platform. We'll be starting with politics. I'm going to play two short videos, very short videos for us to watch. One is a kind of not kind of a pandemic, or what we see a view as a pandemic, and worse than coronavirus or even AIDS, and how we are going to solve this problem in Nigeria as things stand. And the other one is about also politics. Sorry about this. Uh, so I'm gonna play the video for us now. Just give me 1 second. It's gonna come up now. Yeah, please kindly indicate if you're seeing anything on the screen there, please. Can you let me know if you're seeing anything on screen,
Yes,
please?
yes, we are.
All right. So,
cast their vote. We see a lot of women at this polling unit. Sadly, we don't have any woman on the ballot paper. I'm going to be going to one woman who I understand has voted, or she's just waiting for the vote to be counted, and she's just sitting right there in front of her house. Mommy, I can't summer. Yes, ma. Mo fẹ́ bèrè pé ṣé ti dìbò.
A ti dìbò.
Báwo lẹ ṣe rí bó sí?
A dìbò, ìbò ń lọ nírọ̀wọ́ nírẹsẹ̀, kò sí wàhálà, kò sí ìjà, kò sí nǹkan kan ní tiwa. A sáà dìbò, àdìgbowó, gbogbo wa, àgbowó, owó tá fi dìbò. Ìyá mi, kó ṣe kẹ̀. Kí ló àdìfọ́ tèmi o, àdìfọ́.
Ìbò lọ dáadáa.
Kò sí ìjà, kò sí nǹkan kan, ìbò lọ dáadáa.
Kí lẹ̀yin fẹ́ kí gómìnà tuntun tó bá máa wọlé?
Okay,
I have to stop. I have to stop that there. To give interpretation.
Hold on, electricity. I just want to
right.
Electricity.
Right,
Hold on. I just want to remind anybody that wants to join the women's segment. You have to have your camera turned off in order for us. This is a segment where you need to have your camera turned off in order for me to bring you in. So thank you, electricity. Go on, and I'd like Tokwe to translate what that lady said. Electricity, before you go any further, Tokwe, what did she say? I understand what she said. For our viewers who don't understand, what did she say? Thank you.
So basically, she was being asked if she had casted her vote today and how the process went. And the elderly woman said the process went smoothly, that she casted her vote after being paid.
Tom, please turn off your camera.
That she casted her vote after being paid, and everything went smoothly. So the other, I'm not sure whether it was her daughter or her sister, whoever was sitting beside her, was trying to chastise her for saying that on live camera that she was paid to vote. So and that was how the clip ended.
So, Topa, if I may ask, this is in regards to the Ondo vote that happened, right?
I presume that's only election.
That is correct. It's Ondo State.
Okay. So, electricity, over to you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to play the other video so that we have much things before we go to the main topic of today. So this is the other video that I want to play now. So sorry about this.
Today in the news, the brand new governor of Edo State, Monday Pevolo, after being inaugurated, has hit the ground running. One of his latest actions is the immediate and indefinite suspension of all revenue collections in Edo State, especially motor parks and similar areas until further notice. The other is the nomination of Senator Adams Oshomale's son Cyril as Commissioner for Health Designate. One can also guess what the reaction of the public to this will be, even before checking the nominees' qualifications. We'll keep watching events in Edo State. To yet another cherry news, those behind the incessant grid collapse have been exposed. Guess who they are? They are corrupt contractors. This is according to the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crime Commission, Ola Olukoyede. The EFCC board revealed that investigations carried out by the agency shows that contractors in the power sector who were awarded projects to supply electrical equipment often opted for substandard materials. He noted that this dubious practice was a major cause of frequent equipment failures, outages, and grid collapse as witnessed recently. But what do we do about corrupt contractors? Maybe the EFCC has an answer. If the crisis in the Labour Party persists, Peter Obi and his obedient movement may have to look for an alternative for 2027. Tanko Yunusa, the national coordinator of the obedient movement worldwide, disclosed this to journalists on Tuesday. Mr. Yunusa says the movement is ready to mobilize and extend its reach after the setbacks of the 2023 general elections. He noted that the movement has expanded beyond the influence of Peter Obi, gaining
Okay, could you stop the video, please? Could you stop it?
including the northern region. But which alternative?
Okay, could you explain to us? I'm confused. Maybe it's me. What is the second video all about?
Come again, please.
What is the second video all about? I'm confused. What is
The
it all
second
about?
video is all about the Labour Party. It appears that Peter Obi is waking up to want to leave the Labour Party with the obedience movement. In that video, also there is this story of Donald Trump nominating Elon Musk to one of his part of his team in the cabinet. So we didn't finish playing that, but it's also included in this video. So that's the aspect of politics we are going to talk about before we I yield the floor to you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so before we start, go ahead. Go ahead.
Electricity, you left out one part that I caught in that clip. It was the appointment of Oshomole's son.
No, I didn't leave the part there. It's open for everyone to discuss, to pick up.
No, I'm just saying that was the part I also caught in that clip.
Okay,
so
yeah.
Hold on, Oshomole appointed his son as what?
No, Monday,
No.
the governor,
Monday,
I think he
Monday,
appointed.
He's a wise governor. He's a wise governor. So he
he elected the godfather's son without checking any qualification from what the anchor lady mentioned, So I guess that's the payback for the godfather.
For that reason that we are talking about, right?
So that's his own slot. His son has taken his slot. It has become an inheritance thing now.
Wow. Thank you about that. Electricity, I'll start, Uncle KJ, I'll start with you after electricity. Electricity has left. Oh, Uncle KJ, electricity, do you have anything to say in regards to that? Uncle KJ, I'll go to you. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Apology, I muted. I said not at the moment. Sorry about that. Okay, go ahead, KJ. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, Dr. Adama. Which one? Am I intervening in the Oshomole son or
the Shomala son? You're talking about the first video where we're still paying for people to vote. So both videos. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. The first video, there's nothing to say now. It's our way now. That's what Nigeria has become. I'm even glad the woman collected the money. At least she has not lost anything. So let her get ready for the suffering that will follow. She shouldn't complain because as you make your bed, that's how you sleep on it. As for Shomole, who is surprised? He's only coming to the south now. This is what the North have been doing. El-Rufai's son is in the National Assembly. So, I can call one or two of them whose children have taken over either in the state or in the national and in the federal. In my former state governor, Teodi Oju, his son was in the assembly. His wife was in the assembly. His son even had a position. They call him, the title they gave him is what? I've forgotten the title they gave him now. When he comes to shop in a supermarket, everybody have to stop and go out. until one day he met his Waterloo when he tried to force an army officer who was not dressed. Why are you shopping? Why I'm shopping? Didn't you see how other people ran out? And the man slapped the guy, and the guys came back from the barrack and gave him a very thorough beating. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to simply to say that this is this thing that we've been speaking about. We've been calling Nigerians to stand up and confront this situation. If not, it's just going to be changing baton from baton to baton to baton to baton until it can no longer, I don't know when it's going to end. What Oshomole is doing is what have been going on. It's what have been going on in Nigeria. Look at when Nyesingweke, is his wife not a judge now? What about Peter Odili? Is his wife not a judge now? Should I go down the road? If you go through, all of them find a way to put their children. Okay, Obasanjo's son is a general in the army. So what are we saying? Is that the kind of country we want to run? Is that the kind of country we want to run? So it's left for the Nigerian people. But I dare to say that it's not new. It's just that now it's catching up around. Most states are adopting that policy, which is so, is bad and leaves a bad taste in the mouth. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it. Uncle Janaba, could you please unmute, sir? Thank you. Welcome to the show.
Good evening, Adama, Tokbe, and Electricity, KJ, and Tone, Y, and the rest. Good evening. On the issue of the politics of Edo, it's not just the North, it's all
Janaba,
over.
it's Ondo, not Edo.
No. It is Edo, the one that appointed the son.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. So the appointment is all over like that. And it's not just a Nigerian thing, it's around the world. The only thing that make ourselves different is that if it is the choice of the people, it's make all the difference. So when people are involved in politics, people are attempts to involve. Even if you go to our Christian setting, the so-called GO and all of that, CEO, Baba GO, all of them put their family in that position. So it's all about interest. And I think we, the African, never understand that, and we make it our own thing. When we come to understand that your interest not supposed to be selfish interest, but the interest of your own clothes is come first. And that is even when it comes to nation building, it become a patriotism that you want to do more for your country because that is your country. It's all the same line. So it's not something new to the world. If you go to Russia, if you come to America here, George Bush senior, people believe that he won the governor of Florida because his brother was there. It's all, and he still run for president. And if you come to the appointments that they give, you see that there are family members all over. It's not from JFK to present. So it's not the only difference between our own space and here. We don't have ethic rule that we protect the people from their own thing. So that is all I can say. Then because if we don't pass on a message like that, they will stay in Nigeria and they say we are hypocrite, that even the country we are. You know how Nigeria quickly defend themselves. Oh, they are being hypocrite. They will start to say, these people are being dishonest. Their country they do the same thing. And when they bring one or two people out or call name, then you make our own argument ineffective. But when we have a very good argument that okay, it happened here, but this is the difference between what happened there. Now go back to do on. What happened with the election in Nigeria is that the woman they gave money to, yeah, she's not going to change anything. What the politicians tell them is that they already know who is going to win, but they want to bring as much crowd that they pay money so that to also to cover the election watchers or observers to make sure that they don't look so obvious to the eyes of the people. So whether they pay her or not pay her, it's not going to change so much. But they use it to cover up. For instance, when you say, okay, people come out to vote and they give them money, of course, it's to say that, oh, we are doing that so that people cannot come after us. So if there was no turnout, how do you get this number? And then on and on. But in the nutshell, it doesn't going to change anything, whether they come out or not come out. Whosoever they want to be the president or the governor or whatever, whosoever is running for the office, the person is still going to get it. But they do that to cover themselves. They tell the candidate, do as much as you can do. Bring people, turn people out. If you need to pay them, do that so that people can see that you are the popular person that people voted for. That is all the strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Topa, do you have any opinion in regards to this?
Well, Adama, the first clip on the Ondo saga is pathetic. It's sad that in this day and age, we're still going through vote buying. I really don't know how that can stop though. In Nigeria, with the state of the nation, with the poverty, with hunger, people will do anything just to get 5,000 naira. If you convert $5,000 in naira in dollars, what does that amount to? Like maybe $2 or something. But people are hungry. There's hunger in the land, and people would rather take 5,000 naira and know, they can get a meal than, than lose out. So I really don't know how that can change because those leading us now are the culprits involved in that. They're the ones that have the funds available to spend, and then they abandon citizens. They just abandon people for the next 4 years and then come back and do the same thing when it's time for election. So that case is pathetic. I really don't know how that can stop. In the case of Oshomole, godfatherism too, it worked for them in Lagos. It worked for them in Rivers State. While I was in Nigeria, it worked for years in Oyo State. Godfatherism worked. It's working in the north because the subjects are very, submissive to their leaders. So I guess that also is there to stay. It worked for Tinubu for over 20 years while he was in Lagos. And then he got to where he's at right now. And he has proteges controlling practically almost every state in Nigeria right now. So that also is a menace. And that's what is keeping us behind and backward.
Thank you so much. Tone, welcome to the show. Could you please unmute? Thank you.
I will have to pass. Let me wait for the much lighter discourse. Yeah, I will listen. Thank you.
All right, thank you. AY, what do you have to say in regards to the video? This is your states now.
First to come, last to talk. It's okay. PDP. Okay. So let me quickly. I don't want to talk more. Let me quickly agree to what KJ and Janaba said. Yeah, what you see as regard the politician bringing in their children, it's a normal thing in Nigeria. I don't know why it's raised. It has been happening since the start of our new democracy in 1990. It's just a normal thing. People have installed their children as governor, as senator, as rep, as assembly members, whatever, commissioner. Those are normal things in Nigeria. But in terms of qualification, sometimes it's not that they are not qualified, it's just the how they hijack the state, right? Like Oshomole's son that was just selected, nominated as the commissioner of health. He is a qualified medical doctor. He has very good experience. But politicians will be politicians. I think that is the next phase. Here is my fear. That is the next phase of our political structure. What these guys, what they've done for years, they get their children to good schools, to get good education, to get good experience, kind of prepare them. Okay, I'm leaving office now. Let me bring in my son. Even currently, I've been hearing rumor of Tinubu's son warming up for the position of the governor of Lagos State. So we see what happened with that.
Thank you so much,
So,
AY.
well, let me finish. We see
Oh, go
what
ahead.
happened with that. Yeah, the other thing, the issue of vote buying is just a normal thing in Nigeria. Trust me, it's not gonna go away very soon. It's not gonna go away very soon because the hunger in the land is much. This, you will see it is gonna continue until the economy is fixed. The political, the electoral system is restructured to really put laws that will make people pay for what they are doing. Like you collect money and vote for anybody. When you get arrested, you can be jailed for say 3 months, for 1 month, as the case may be. But we are in deep trouble, Sha, with the political structure we have. So thank you.
Thank you, AY. Man of Prestige, welcome to the show. What is your opinion? I don't know if you saw the video. We are talking about the vote buying in on those states and the new governor of Edo naming the godfather's son or his son for position in Edo State. So, what is your opinion, sir?
Yeah, greeting everybody. I didn't see the video. I just came in a few minutes ago. But having said that, I think I got the gist. It's a phenomenon, if you call it that or whatever, transversing in Nigeria. It's nothing new. It has been happening since um, early dispensation, of this political beginning in the 1990 something. So, has become an epidemic in Nigerian space. So I don't know what to say. I mean, that's whatever is happening right now. People be nepotism, bring their son and everything. It's not something new. I mean, from what I gathered, I listened to some other politicians saying. I think it was in a Rise News or 2 or 3 weeks ago. They was talking about Tinubu's son is being groomed to be the Lagos State governor because eventually, according to people, it's not even going to be a contest. Tinubu is the godfather of Lagos, so it's a prelude for him to be a governor. It's definitely going to happen. From there, he's going to contest for presidency. So the Nigerian people has already sold their soul to the elite. I don't see any headway we going back. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, in other countries, but other countries' own is a little bit different. There has to. I'm not talking about some countries like ours. There's a lot. Some countries like ours. So there's a lot of accountability. And you have to really merit it. If you have to even merit it to get in that position. But in Nigerian case, it's not the same. In as far as your father or your godfather or whatever, they want to put you in that position, regardless of qualification and other things, you're gonna get the position. So that's where we find ourselves. That's where we in politically democracy. I don't know what we practice. We're not making any headway. So speaking about the Ondo state, I've not really pay attention what's going on Ondo today, but I believe it's still gonna be the same. I was on the platform earlier. I think it was saying that it's already one-sided. It's not even close. So they're gonna sweep the whole. We don't know what the result is. I've not, like I said, I've not looked at the result. All I knew was they're supposed to have been sent about 34,000 police people or whatever to go and help for the election. So is that supposed to stop the vote buying? Of course not. So that's where we are. I think it was AY that properly said it. Um, this is the kind of Nigerian mindset we have. Nothing is gonna make them stop. We are just corrupt people to the core. I mean, all this money they are giving them. I don't know how much they are giving them. 10,000 naira. Is that gonna even buy them a bag of rice?
Man of
So I think
prestige. In some instances, it's actually a Congo of rice or gari.
okay. So are we saying they are hungry? That's why they are taking this. I mean, if you're hungry, you have to. Somebody has to give you something that's gonna last you a week or months. Or a year. So I just feel like the Nigerian mindset, the way we are. I mean, I can only be saying it because I'm not there right now. I'm probably gonna behave like them if I'm there, but thank God, I'm not there. So that's why I'm privileged to be making all these comments that I'm making right now. But people, this is where we are. So we just have to. If there's any prayer, I mean, I don't know if I mean, I pray, but when it comes to Nigerian faith, we're probably the most prayerful country I've ever seen in this world, but nothing is happening. So
Man of
maybe.
Prestige, can you stay on that? Because I'm about to ask another question. Then I'll go to, since Uncle Jonaba and Uncle KJ is here. I know, did you hear what the pastor said, that if not his, what is Bishop Adeboye said about, if not for their praying and fasting, $1 will be going for 10,000 naira. So, what is this kind of mindset that we have in regards to things? Why should everything be about prayer in Nigeria? Thank you.
Oh, you want me to continue on that space?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, it's a very deplorable comment that he made, because I heard some people saying that he's too old. No, he's not too old. You're making an excuse for him, like he's kind of hallucinating, so he doesn't really know what he's talking about. You know what he's talking about. This is the way to cajole the masses, and that's what they've been doing. I'm sorry, I'm not going to say all pastors. I mean, a lot of the pastors in Nigeria are scammers. I mean, I just call it how it is. They are all scammers. Why would you make such atrocities? It doesn't even make sense. And the second question, how did he come up with that number? 10,000 naira. I mean, not if you say 2,000, 3,000, or whatever. How did he come up with the 10,000? Somebody say maybe he's a mathematician. That's why you're able to say $1, could have been 10,000 naira. Amen. So prayer is the one that make you to be 1,700 today. As of today, 1,700, plus.
Man of prestige.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know where I was. I think it was on the platform during the week when I think it was electricity that was actually anchoring the show,
Uh-huh.
and I think they talked about this. And while I was reading comments, do you know someone actually put it in the comments? And that's when I knew that there was the level of brainwashing, as in I don't think that we were they were redeemable. Someone actually put in the comments while the clip was going, or while they were discussing it, that that if not for the prayers of Baba
Adebayo.
Adeboye, that I'm sure that dollar would have hit 10,000. That so is his prayer that even got us to this
Wow.
level.
You see? That's what exactly what I'm saying. I mean, the person may be in Biafra, maybe in Nigeria, but it doesn't really matter. This is the mindset of where Nigeria has been and is going to. So, in my own opinion, just I don't see any headway that is going to rescue that country. I mean, we're already on Shege, we are already on Shege mood right now. So I don't really see what's can rescue, but you're gonna say pray, pray. We've been praying. So let's keep on praying so that it won't get to that 10,000 naira, the pastor was talking about. Yeah. Let's keep on
Thank you,
praying,
sir.
because it's escalating. Last week it was 15 something, 16 something, 17 something. So it might get to 200, 200, 2,000 the way it was. I think it was like about 3 or 4 months ago. So we're heading that way. And then if you don't see that part of what has to do with the budget, I think Tunaja, forefather talk about the budget, that just, that they just passed. Look at the difference, what the budget is. That show you how much of our money has depreciated to a very deplorable level. But Adama, this is where we are, okay? So But we have to keep on talking. I'm not going to say we can't talk about it. So
Thank you, sir. I
yeah,
really appreciate it. Thank you. Uncle
no
Ike,
problem.
welcome to the show, Mr. Ike. Mefula, could you please unmute? What is your opinion on what we're discussing, sir?
Sorry, Sister Adam, come again.
I said, what is your opinion on what we are discussing, sir? There was sir.
Good
We are
evening,
talking about
everybody.
the prayer of Bishop Adeboye saying that you can turn, if not for his prayer, dollar would have been $10,000 naira now. Like he's saying that, to me, I feel like that was insulting, telling people that the prayer is what got the dollar where it is now. That we should be grateful where the money of Nigeria is now. So, what is your opinion on that, sir?
Well, I think the first on the first segment, I had my opinion about it, and I think that like I did read a particular portion in the Bible when we were discussing the issue before, um, when men of God try to use the mindset of people by interpreting the Bible to the way that it will suit them for their financial and material blessings. I think all of us that are in this studio are Christians. You know, we are born Christians. We know the truth. The Bible says that when you know the truth, and the truth will set you free. And I think that a faith without work is useless. And for one has to work in order to eat. So nobody is against prayer, but when you pray, then you go to work. That's what I believe. So for Adebayo to say what he said something earlier this year again, that I think is just, he's a card-carrying member of APC. That's what I said in the first segment. So for the fact that he's covering himself on the pulpit of God to say what he's saying is a fallacy, in as much as I do not have to judge anyone who said they were called. But I know that the Bible made me to understand that some people were called and some people called themselves, right? So I don't know who called some people. I don't know who called some of the men of God that we have in Africa in general, because most of the things that are being practiced, sometimes when I read my Bible and understand the Bible, that I was also a Bible student, and I don't claim to know all. The Word of God led me to know that by the power of the Holy Spirit, you are inspired to understand the mysteries of the Word of God. So it's not someone telling Nigerians, it's an insult to a nation for you to say that it was the prayer you made that made it to be whatever he said. Listen, this kind of, I mean, Adam, listen, the Word of God is very straight. He said, many are called and many will be chosen. He said that a lot will say, I did miracle in your name. I was your servant. I was your pastor. I was your evangelist. I was your missionary. I was this. I was that. And he said, you get you behind me, you, because I don't know you. You workers of iniquity. So you see, one thing that I know that is very sure about the Word of God is that he never lies. And tomorrow it will continue to be the same word. So whatever a man sows is what he's going to reap. My problem is thousands and millions of people that have been misled into believing what is not true, or acting or pushing people to live a life that is live a lie in the name of God, in the name of Christian, right? In the name of so many things. So I think that Adebayo has, he has overlived his usefulness in the kingdom of God. I have to be honest with you, because I think a lot of us has used the Word of God to defy the temple of God. And that is why the Bible says that the judgment of God is going to start in the house of God, because it cannot start from outside. It has to start inside. Because so many things that we are seeing in the pulpit of God in Nigeria today, I asked in the first segment, all of us that are following the ministers of the gospel, either online or television, or you go to church, whether in Nigeria or wherever you live, I was asking a question. How many times in a year do you listen to men of God preach about salvation? All they talk about is miracle. All they talk about is material thing. All they talk about is financial miracle, miracle alert. But there is no foundation of leading people into heaven if really you are preaching to tell people, for people to believe that there is heaven. The foundation and the principle of the word of God is to teach people the word of God, and which is first of all show them the salvation of their soul, lead them into living a righteous life, or not to lead them into living a lie. So if you see what is happening around the world today, you don't hear the word of salvation anywhere anymore. It is all about miracle. It is all about signs and wonders. It is all about, those are the things. And those are the things that people, the men of God, see that that's what the world want to hear. And they're taking advantage of a lot of people. And, it is sad. It is sad that for me personally, as a Christian and as a man who stands on the pulpit to preach the true gospel of Jesus Christ, because the last thing every man of God is supposed to do is to lead your congregation into hell, because that is what most of men of God is doing. They are leading a lot of their members into hell, and because it has been placed in a situation that you cannot. Christians has no power to question or to query the man of God or the man of God or the pastor or the evangelist or whatever. They're taking advantage of everything. But I think that the way I grow into the ministry, I give people the opportunity and the privilege to make sure that you do the right thing and you live the right life. So I think that it is sad in Nigeria today that Adeboye has exposed himself, not just today. It has been doing that all together. So I think it is very, very sad for somebody to play on the intelligence of Nigerians through using the word of God or using the Bible, using the name of Christ to play in the minds and the intelligence of Nigerians. So totally, I am disgusted with that statement, and I think it is a shame that we are talking about this, because this is why some people who we claim that they are unbelievers. That's why when they see us act, when they see us live our life, and they begin to ask you, you say you are born again, you're a Christian, but look at your life. That's why we cannot convert anybody. How many Christians today can convert a soul? You can't convert a soul because you yourself is not converted. You are not even a Christian. You are just claiming to be one. So, my sister, listen, the kingdom of God has been, bastardized by a lot of people. That's why I said that a lot of people call themselves. And there are people that are really called genuinely by God. So I'm not going to paint everybody with the same brush. But
Yes,
I know that the people like that, people like Adeboye, the respect that people give him in Nigeria and around the world, he should know that what he said is not something that is supposed to come from him. So I am really pained for what he said, and it is disgraceful. After what he said the other time, he came out after some months and began to say they should forgive him for what he said, and now he said another fallacy again. I mean, listen.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. I'll go to Forefather. Forefather, what is your opinion on this? Given that the First Lady of the country led a prayer on behalf of Nigerians, so what is your opinion on that? Thank you, sir.
You mean on the pastor that talked about the Nigerian currency?
Yes, and let's not just put it on the pastor. Remember that the First Lady led a prayer too on behalf of the country. So what is all this prayer thing going on with us? Thank you, sir.
I think there are a lot of dishonest people in the country that we consider leaders, but they aren't. They've never been. and they've been compromising us for a very long time. You know how I talked about when we got our independence, the people that took over were their collaborators, were the people that were working with the British against their own people for generations. I think since 1900 something till 1960 something. So generations of them have worked with the British. You know, I used to watch TV programs in Nigeria those days where you have those men with short knicker, they will wear this hat and they will be in court interpreting for the white judge, and then the person will be telling the locals on what the white judge is telling them. So those people are the ones that became elites in Nigeria today when the British left, and they never pushed them. Normally, in a nation that gains independence, those people they get pushed. So what we are seeing right now are manifestations of those people's control of the country. Their mindset is not changed. These people are running us to the ground. They are still serving their masters. They are not serving us. They are serving. It's like an apprentice that refuse to become their own master. They refuse to grow. They just simply refuse to go. They act like children. They shouldn't be responsible for nations because they don't understand the responsibility of leadership. And you know, there is this academy they talked about in Nigeria where they said they are training leadership materials. I don't know what they are training on, because these people that we have here, they are liars. They are designed to confuse our people so that our people don't know the truth of things. I'm reading one of the WikiLeaks document that was released in 2004. That this is something that came from America, if I'm not mistaken. So let me just read what it says there, so you understand how real this is. It says, let me go back to let me see where. Okay, yes, it says.
Officer, can you share what you're reading if you can, please?
All right, I can do that. That is even better. So so this is the WikiLeaks page. In short, I'll bring the WikiLeaks page itself so I can share both, because I printed it out in PDF format too, so that I can have record of it. Because some of all these documents, they are important that we have them as record. Where's the other window? Let me just get it. It's not letting me share the tabs amongst each other. Let's go to a new tab, open. All right, so I'll pull that up now. I think it's loading. Yeah, it's loaded now. All right, so get that up, get that here, and share. So that is the page there. So let me go to the contextual. They are talking about Nigeria here, as you can see. And let me give you a heads up on, it says show header. You see the document? And this is WikiLeaks website, as you can see.
Yes, I can see what you're sharing.
Okay, good. So I think, let me find where the area I wanted to read, because it's long. I just got the document link just now. Contentious issues between the USG. I don't know what USD mean. I think it's something to do with US something. And Nigeria. We should look to respected intermediaries and messengers who are held in high esteem by Nigerian officials, either distinguished African American leaders or other African officials who enjoy access in Nigeria, regardless of what they hear from the media. Average Nigerians place great stock in the opinions of local religious and traditional leaders, and can be influenced both positively and negatively by such people. In both the North and the South, traditional and religious leaders play an increasingly important role as one moves away from urban centers and as literacy levels decline. So that is it there in black and white. Sometimes you just have to know these things even without seeing these type of documents, but you can see it for yourself. So, and I've even read one from the this in the US Air Force page where they literally said, you know, to influence Africans is very easy. You just give them money. They get the term they use is that they get outsized returns for what they do with Africans. We are so we run our own people down easy. We don't even value our own people. If you give our people $5 million, $10 million, and for them, that is nothing. $50 million is nothing to them to maintain control. And because the money, where you are going to spend it, is going to go back to them anyway. Most of the things we buy goes back to them. It doesn't matter. And our people are willing to sell. It doesn't matter. So this is what we are dealing with. And that pastor, what he said is a disgrace because he knows full well what he's saying is wrong. It's not true. He literally said that his prayers saved the Nigerian currency. This is what he calls saving. The currency is in trouble. The Nigerian government, do you know Nigerian government had to borrow money to even keep the currency like this? So why bother changing it? Because of the move of the currency, inflation has risen, jobs have been lost, instability have been created. People have started running away with money, the money that they have in Nigeria, and taking it overseas, all because you don't want to defend the currency. Are you serious? The consequences of that action, is it not more expensive than the currency you are using, the amount you're using to defend the currency? If you wanted to say you want to reduce, let's say you are using $10 billion to defend the currency annually, and you want to reduce it, you can do a managed depreciation. Let's say you move from 600 to 700 or to 800, not float it for currency speculators to start harvesting wealth from Nigeria. Where do you think all those wealth go? It went into foreign hands because they can invest and they know when to invest and they would know when to pull it out. Thanks to these our compromised leaders, they know how to harvest money from our country, and that's why
Okay,
they're
so
always
for
happy
that, the
with him.
question I want to ask you, what part do you think the first lady plays in all this? For her to be the first lady of the country, leading this prayer, do you know, I never knew our first lady was a Christian. I always thought she was a Muslim. I never knew she was a pastor or something. I may be wrong. I never knew that. So what part does she play in leading this prayer for the nation?
She's
Why
just one
are
of
we
those
so
officials.
obsessed with prayer?
No, Adama, she's actually an ordained pastor at Redeemed Church, just so you know.
She is?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, she is.
She is one of those. She represents one of those pastors that they talk about, that the people listen to, and they use them to cloud our judgment. They use them to kind of keep a kind of cloak around Nigerians, so that Nigerians don't see what is going on with them. All we see is them in our face. They don't know the forces that are acting on our people. If our people knew what they were up against, they would be alarmed that their leaders are even stepping out of that country to some of all these countries. They will be extremely alarmed. But how can they know when these our elites are telling them, it's just prayer? Prayer is the one that made the currency stabilize. Go and pray more. Yeah, pay your tithe and pay your first harvest, as they call it. This is the nonsense they do to them. They lie to our people.
No, it's called first fruits. He said
first fruit. I thought it was.
Two Nigerian juju worshiper, you know, good know.
Thank you, Uncle KJ. Could you please go on your next, sir? Thank you tonight.
Okay. Yes, I'm speaking as a Bible carrying, tongue speaking, hand laying, church going Christian.
Preach it, pastor. Preach it, pastor.
And I have no apology. In fact, I'm a Christian apologist. So, having said that, I want to say something, put it very true, clearly also. God does not give half bread. When God wanted to give manna to the children of Israel in the desert, He knew the number. He knew the number was about 600 or thereabout. But He gave them far above the number, so that He said, pack as much as you want, but don't keep it overnight. So that every morning the manna was present for them to eat, if you like, and bath in it, whatever. But you cannot keep it overnight. So I believe if I juxtapose what the pastor said against what I've seen God do in the Bible, and when He decided to bless people like Solomon, Abraham, and the rest of them, He didn't give them just enough to keep them. He gave them more than enough. That's why we call Him the more than enough God. So, having said that, I also know that sometimes, no matter how anointed a man is, at the highest point, 99.9 or 100% of your anointing, you are still a normal human being, open to every temptation every human being goes through. So, what does that mean? It simply means that even if Adeboye had been speaking facts all this while, what he says sometimes is still subject to human faults. And so is able to also say something that does not match. Is that in the Bible? Yes. Peter was trying to protect Jesus and said to him, I will, whatever you do, in fact, whatever happened, I will never leave you. I said to him, today, before the cock crows 3 times, you're going to deny me. Okay, and that exactly came to pass. Okay, I'm just putting these things forward so that you know that what Adeboye had done has come not because he's not a man who God had used in the past, but because even at that point, you are still a normal human being. God can give me a message to Adama, but when I want to deliver the message to Adama, I will bring it through my own personal idiosyncrasies, for lack of a better word, through my own faults, through my own personal weaknesses. So, and that message will come out that way. Does it mean I didn't hear from God? I heard from God, but have I delivered the way God wanted? No. So that I don't go too far, there are people like let me deal with Adeboye first before I go to the pastor who is trying to pray. Now, Adeboye's judgment may have been not on a very 100% on that day. It's possible that he prayed, but it's not the only one who also prayed for Nigeria. And if God wanted to answer, like he said, let me not say I'm too sure, but let me say that from what I see God do, he will have brought it to 1 naira equals to $1. It's not difficult for God to do because he can just turn around everything overnight. But that didn't happen. So to have said that in the first place, it's like what I said the last time he said he drank tea with God, or he drank tea with Jesus and all that. And people were castigating him for that. And I said to them, you see, such a thing is not meant for you to speak to people who have no work with God. Because those who have worked with God, we know what you're saying, talking about. But those who have never had any work with God, we say you are speaking fallacy, because it is not possible. It's not thinkable. It's beyond the mind of a normal human being walking the street that you can meet and drink tea with a spirit called God.
So, okay, let me understand what you're saying. Are you saying that what Adeboye told the Nigerians is a please now is a calling from God that we are not capable enough because we are not in the spirit like he is to understand what he said? Is that what you're saying, sir?
No, I was painting plenty pictures, but let me break it down. Let me just go straight to the one. I'm saying that what he said didn't align with what God had been doing in the past in the Bible. And it could be just one of those times of weaknesses in a man's spirit. That's one. That's what I'm trying to say. But I just try to, to show that there are other positions in the Bible where this kind of things have happened, but it went beyond what he's saying. Because if God wanted to stop the naira, he would not leave it at what it is. He will bring it to zero. I mean, maybe 1 naira to $1. It's not going to be 1 naira to $1,500 because, I mean, if you also look at that properly, you will say, why didn't he pray that there be food everywhere in the street of Nigeria, that even people will not have the need to even look for money in the first place to buy the food? Everybody will have enough food since that is done. So it's subject to being a bit, not sitting properly with me, Then, but we also know there's political Christianity. The political Christianity is the one you carry money and give to so many people and tell them to go around praying praying in Nigeria, pray for Nigeria. And then huge sums of money are budgeted for prayer purposes. And those prayer purposes, nobody ever asks them for the result of the prayer. That is what I think the wife of the president wants to do, because in such a way you cannot ask for results. It's not a contract, so you cannot come and say, okay, so when I don't pray, how many hours when I pray? Okay, what happened through the time when I pray? It's not there. So is that this prayer they're going to pray, is it going to be budgeted for? If it's going to be budgeted for, who is going to pay? Is it coming from government coffers? This is the things that we as Christians like people who say they profess God, not to carry God's name and put in this process. Because when you do that, you are not robbing God of the right way, because you are showing yourself and bringing your personal faults into the judgment of people concerning God. They are using you as a yardstick to judging what God can do. which is totally rubbish, because what you
Thank
are
you.
saying and doing is not what
And I
God
cannot have
would have
1
said and
minute.
done.
Yeah,
All right,
thank you.
leave it
Thank
at
you.
that. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle KJ. Ewa, you can have 1 minute. And after that, Mr.
Oh,
Adewale, welcome to the show. You'll be next. Go ahead, Ewa,
maybe
1
I should
minute.
just have my time. Okay.
Thank you,
So
madam.
I want to quickly comment on what KJ said. To be honest, it's very sad. KJ is speaking at this level. I think I begin to really think our solution is very, very, very far, because when we can't see things and say that the way they are, the country is in danger. I have said it. My position on religion in Nigeria is keep religion in religious centers and in our houses. You are a Muslim, keep religion in your mosque and in your house. You are a Christian, basically remove religion out of public domain. It's the country that have developed scientists, the best engineers. You don't use religion to develop. We have enough to thank God for. The air we breathe is sufficient. When you are a man of God, stop disturbing the public domain, telling people, if not because of you, Naira would have been. This has nothing to do with religion. This is economics. You have to bring in people that know what they are doing to keep our Naira at that level where it's not gonna like fall. You're even saying it's more like you just gaslighted the whole country. American election, during before American election, I heard a lot of pastors. Oh, I saw a woman. Now, let us all stop all this nonsense. When I was in university, usually want to go to school, you enter a bus, they say, oh, let's pray. Oh, I cover this. I said, listen, our problem, it is better for all of us to move to the governor's office. I said, listen, fix this road for us. Roads are not good. That is why we kept praying. Still, accidents are happening every day. People are dying every day. Then they call witches. Our roads are bad. I don't know why we are not getting in. I have friends that are Muslim, that are Christian, that live in America, cannot live for years. They will tell you there is no day they go from one city to one city. They are cambashing, they are covering the tire with blood of Jesus or whatever. This is not how to build a nation. We don't hold, God does not hold us on all this stuff. We need to wake up. We need to wake up. Keep religion aside. I'm not saying don't worship God. You have to fold your sleeve and get this job done. Even the country where this religion emanated from, look at Israel, look at Saudi Arabia, they are not even sleeping, they are not praying, they're doing the work. We need to get this work done. Stop allowing these people to keep deceiving us. It's not helping our nation, it's only destroying our nation. In the north, it's the same thing. They use religion to deceive people, don't protest. Oh, it's because of what is going on. Lack of education, other development. In the south, they do the same thing. Especially, I see this, especially with my Pentecostal people, Pentecostal fellowship churches. You see a lot of people gaslighting people. There was a time in Nigeria where some pastors like TB Joshua, Christoya Hilome, were doing all this miracle on national TV, deceiving people. They would throw their hand people. Obasa just stopped that, which was good. But let's keep the religion aside and build our nation. Let's stop deceiving ourselves. Naira is falling. This is the highest level I've seen. I remember when Naira was 120 Naira per dollar. We are talking of 1,700. People are still talking that, oh, it's me that pray. Naira is not $10,000. We need to stop this madness. It's too much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ewa. Jude, Skylar, you said you wanted to comment briefly. Uncle Adewale was going to be the one to comment. So could you please comment briefly? Then I'll have Adewale comment. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thanks for letting me in. So when I was scrolling through YouTube, I saw the subject topic, should polygamy be legalized? But when I joined, it seems like the topic is on.
No, we're going to come to that. We're not in that topic yet. So if you
Okay,
want
okay,
to come
okay.
back, yeah, if you want to come back, I'll bring you back in, but we're not in that topic yet.
No, so I can comment briefly on the on just the general
Yes, go
religiosity
ahead. Go
of
ahead. Yes, yes, sir.
yeah of black of I would say I think is a black thing. It's not just
Go ahead.
Nigeria.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a black thing. It's not just Nigeria. It's something afflicting all of us. Even so, I'm in the US. So even those in the US, you tend to see that black people are more inclined to, being very overtly religious, praying over. When you go to their churches, they get caught up in all this frenzy and trance while praying. So so the way I like to think about all of this is, when push comes to shove, who do you go to? Who do you look towards for help? It's the guy that has the big guns, whether it's nuclear warhead. They're the ones that call the shots. They're the one that will determine whether you even go to church or whether So yeah, our people should, you see, we should actually just just practice your religion in your house. For me, I feel it's more of a thing of psychological, help. Just the way you go to see psychologists or therapists. That's more of what religion serves us now. We have to be honest. Look at the Chinese. Are they really religious? But look at, they have the second largest economy in the world. They are in space. That's the type of religion we should be practicing now. Because even the Pope, the Pope is protected by the nuclear arsenal of EU and NATO. The Archbishop of Canterbury, the same thing. The Sultan in Saudi Arabia, his might and everything is tied to the protection he gets from Saudi Arabia and its allies. Maybe it will involve the United States. Pastor Deboye and all the pastors and miracle working pastors there, their protection is coming from either the Nigerian government or some other guy with the big guns. So he's the guy that has the biggest weapons. That from there, everything falls in place: economy, religion, peace, chaos, and that's the truth. So if you tell somebody else anything other than this, you're not just telling, you're not going to be factual. Yeah, that's what we should be telling our people. So
Thank you so much.
yeah.
Thank you so much, Judah. I really appreciate it. Mr. Dewala, welcome to the show. Could you please unmute, sir? Thank
Thank
you.
you, Adelma. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
You know
Welcome.
what? I must commend you. You brought me back to Dr. Damage's show. I haven't been here in a very, very long time.
Thank you, sir.
I purposely stay away from the show because of certain characters. Not everybody that comes to the show are of questionable character, but there's some good panelists among those who feature on the show every week. But there are some that I cannot in good faith associate with. But kudos to you. I like your show, and
Thank you so much,
so
sir. I
far.
really appreciate you. Thank you,
Um,
sir.
Speaking on, I posted something in the comment section briefly. Speaking on Pastor Adeboye, I think the Nigerians are known for one thing. We like to take our frustration out on others. And to me, it's becoming more repetitive. Look, Adeboye wasn't talking to just ordinary people like you and I. He was addressing his congregation. Now, for those who are familiar with Pentecostal churches, they are synonymous with faith, with prayer and miracle, right? And they believe in the efficacy of prayer with the hope and faith that it will bring miracle. Now, who knew? I wasn't there when he drank tea with God, but he came, and he made the statement. Now, from what we've seen with the devaluation of naira and the continuous dropping in value, look, for everything that happens in physical has already been sealed in spiritual realm. For those who are not actually, grounded in faith, will say, "Well, I don't believe in that." But here is a man who has been in this game for more than 3, 4 decades, okay, and he's been operating. But now, with this movement of wokeism, everybody believe when every statement is made, they are being judged or view from that prism of ordinary eye or ordinary person standpoint. But we should look at the where the man is operating from. You don't have to believe in what he said, because now it seems everybody wants to be generalized. Well, that cannot be possible. Yeah, it is possible. As a matter of fact, at the macro level, if you look at if you don't have anything in your bank account, you don't have a job, you don't have anything coming in, what would you do? You downsize. What do you used to do before you cut it off? Our foreign reserve was, cutting it off. As a matter of fact, reduced to nothing. And then we also have theft of crude. We don't even know how much is being spent on the importation of fuel every day. And at the end of it all, we were broke. We were so much in huge debt. What do you expect the government to do, to continue in that jamboree? And you don't have anything to bank on. It's only those who have no, we choose to be selective or myopic in our thinking. And I think we also have amnesia, because it's a known fact that anybody coming into government, regardless of the platform the person is coming from, is going to inherit a moribund economy. And as a matter of fact, if nothing drastic was done, it's going to remain in that perpetual. Who knew? Maybe the prayer of the country actually helped, the incumbent, or the way Nigeria is today. We don't know, right? I don't operate from that realm, but we should not
Adewale,
continue to generalize.
full
We are
disclosure,
always quick.
Mr.
We are
Adewale,
always
full
No, please,
quick
please,
to.
disclosure.
AY, don't
We are,
interrupt him. Let
Are
him
you
we
a
are
member
finish.
of
always
APC?
Please,
Full
please,
we
wait.
are
disclosure.
AY, don't
we are
interrupt
always
him,
quick to
please.
generalize. If this person doesn't speak the same language that I speak, that means that person is ignorance of the topic we're talking about. No, we are not at the same level with Adeboye. He may be speaking something that you and I both not, may not discern or understand. But we should not too quick to say, well, this person is speaking Bangladesh, or fallacy. I mean, within the scope that is operating from, he has not done anything that you can consider heresy in Christendom. He said what he believed. Now you don't have to accept it. That's what I'll say.
Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Mr.
Adam.
Adewale. Please wait,
Amma,
please.
can I talk, please? I
Yes,
know I
please.
didn't want to talk
Yes, I
before.
know you're Antonio, I'm coming to you, please.
Adama, can
I
I
just
talk to you?
Yes. I just want to remind all the panelists that are in here, please. We all need to be respectful of each other's opinion, whether we agree with the person or not. That is their opinion. You don't have to like it. That is their opinion. So please allow them speak. If you want to challenge them or pick what they say, just tell me as the moderator, and I'll give you time to it. But don't interrupt them while they're talking. I appreciate that. Tone, I'll come to you. Go ahead.
Talk.
Tone, you're
Who, me
next.
or Tone?
Yes.
Okay, my
Tone,
time.
yes.
Okay, right. Okay. I didn't want to comment before, but this question about Adiboye, yeah, without being disrespectful to him. So at the end of the day, he's still our elder. I was a member of RCC. He's a church for years. See, most people have left. People that now understand what is deception, misinformation, and manipulation, and it will continue until people wake up and start looking to the Bible and study the Bible themselves, understand what the Bible says. These people have been bending the books, manipulating people, telling people if you don't pay your tithe, you don't go to heaven. He came out and apologized for that. But there are still many of catalog of misinformation that he's been misleading people. Now, KJ rightly said that humans, you may have a message from God, but by the time you're delivering it, because you're human, you may miss the interpretation might be lost in between. I respectfully disagree, Mr. KJ, because this is the kind of I'm just trying to find the right words, mischief that's been going on for years. They've used religion to mislead us, telling us this, telling us that, telling us this, even to the extent denigrating anybody that wears a white garment is not of God. I can tell you one thing. There are a lot of people that are so prayerful when they call, God answers. They are not on radio. They are not on big television. They don't have a big private jets and all that, but they are dedicated to God. They're always fasting and praying on the mountain, and they are of God. I'm not going to judge anybody. It's not my place to judge anybody. But when you see the truth, it's so evident. You can smell it, and you can see clearly. And that is what Nigerians are saying. This man should, I mean, he has messed up. That's just the thing. Let's call a spade a spade. There's
Okay,
no
thank you.
economic.
Go ahead. Go
Huh?
ahead. Finish. Go ahead. Finish.
Okay. The past vice president was a pastor in his church. When all the shenanigans were going on, why didn't he call him and when he's calling him, he would calling him out and say, listen, you do not represent Christ. Because the word Christian is a very serious word. It's people that see that. Okay, let me just make a distinction very quickly this evening. There's a difference between being a Christian and a believer. There are a lot of believers and there are few Christians. Being a Christian is having a Christ-like mind. You have love, you have forgiveness. You don't bear grudges. You don't seek revenge. That is Christ-like. That is a fruit of the Spirit of God. If the Spirit of God lives in you, but they are believers. Yes, they believe in Christ and all that, but their behavior is falls short. And we can see in the book, the couple of books that Paul wrote and all that. Corinthians, in the book of Corinthians, yeah, they believed in Christ, but they were very, very carnal. They were still carrying out doing things, sleeping with people's wives and doing all sort of things, but yet they believe in Christ. And that's what we have today. I'm not surprised though. So let's not just excuse Baba Adeboye and all that. Baba Adeboye should please, if I don't know whether somebody manages his social media or utterances that come from me, he needs. I expect much more from him for him to be careful of what he says at this time, especially at this point in time in our history when people are hungry, where there's so much corruption and misbehavior in Nigeria within the ruling class. So we
Thank you so
shouldn't
much.
just, yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Todd. AY, I'm going to give you a minute. You wanted to say something?
I thought you said you were going to let me
Okay,
speak.
go ahead, Uncle KJ, a minute, and after that, I'll go to AY. Then I'll come to Uncle Jonaba. Uncle KJ, go ahead, sir.
Okay, first, I'll start from this way before I finally make my point. Those people who don't believe in God, but you believe that there's devil shall, Abi, you believe in herbal practice.
Uncle KJ, what is your point?
Hold on. I'm going to my point. I'm laying my foundation. But you believe there's something like devil. That's something that does evil, Sha. You believe. But you don't believe there's a God. That's one. Put that by the side. Secondly, some of us speaking and condemning Adeboye, we have never even been able to fast for 24 hours one day. We have not. And until you're able to subject your body to a particular realm, you can't even hear anything. Some people who have had conversations, whether you call them whatever, have been able to transcend that realm that you are operating on, and yet you are still being able to condemn them. Adeboye, I know, for instance, fast almost every year, 40 days. So if you want to try whether there is God, go try fast for 3 days and find out whether you hear God or not. But that's a different thing altogether.
Okay.
You said that there's nowhere in the Bible. I want to take you to a place where people have misinterpreted God when he tells them something. If you go to the
Uncle KJ, can you wait? Forefather, I'm going to take you out. And AY, after speaking, I'll take you out. I have people backstage that I need to bring in. And Uncle KJ, after speaking, if you don't mind, I'll just put you backstage because I need you and Forefather backstage, please. Forefather and Uncle KJ, don't go anywhere, please. I just want you backstage so I can bring other people in. So Uncle KJ, after speaking, could you please stay backstage and Forefather so I can bring Forefather? If you can take yourself
if you need
out
to
and
put
bring
me backstage as well, you can put me.
Okay,
if you
yes,
need
thank
to.
you. Bring other people in for me. Thank you so much.
Okay, in the book of Exodus chapter 17 verse 6, God was speaking to Moses. The people of Israel were complaining they didn't have water to drink in the desert. And God said to him, okay, you know what? When you get to the mount of Horeb, or otherwise Sinai, point your staff to the rock and water will come from it. But Moses got to that rock. And instead of pointing, he told the people, so you have been angry and you want water. Will water not come out of this rock? And he struck the rock, bam, with his stick. He didn't point. That's totally misinterpretation. And for that reason alone, that was an action that got Moses in trouble. Now, when we say these things, if you don't know the Bible that you are talking about, how do you condemn the man who has been for more than 40 years? That's what he reads day and night. Even if it wasn't true, If the juju people we meet in the corners of the street and all kinds of places are manipulating their system and getting results for us, don't you think the man who sits on it day and night will be able to get results for himself based on what he's reading? You see, we sometimes out of I don't come here to try and sound to be to be right, because I have heard God. You may not have heard it, and I'm not trying to force you to hear it. But I know that Adeboye may have made mistake, but not because he doesn't hear God. It's because that is human nature. We are all prone to it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Could you please put yourself backstage? I'm going to give you AY 1 minute, then I'll go to Uncle Jonaba, then I'll go to the flagship and the other person. Thank you so much. AY, go ahead.
Yeah,
Can I get a minute, you please?
after speaking, I'll go
Yes,
to
sir. Yes,
Vasu.
sir.
Let me, you see, what Mr. KJ is back again. You see, now it's like we just make it jest of religion in our country, make it jest of God. We need to stop. I have seen where some pastor will say miracle money. Oh, bring out your phone. I'm gonna pray. Money is gonna come into your account. Wait, let's stop all this madness. Me, I'm not seeing this thing as madness. I'm not a Christian. But I'm not seeing this thing as madness. If there is no country in the world that we go asleep, pray to God, and build a nation. No, none. It does not happen. Keep religion in your houses, in your worship places. Stop disturbing the public. Some of them, they just disturb the public. We have serious issue to discuss. Looking for. I'm not saying don't believe in God and ask God for help. We should stop deceiving the people. There are a lot of innocent people out there that are supposed to be working hard to get things to do. They need to work hard rather than pray harder. Work hard first. You got to have a plan. You got to work hard. This country, we are in a deep, bad situation right here. And when somebody like Adeboye that have a lot of followers is speaking in this manner, it's not helping the nation. We got issues. What are we not getting right here? We need to understand that people will take all this information and run with this information, and it's not helping them in the end. So we need to stop. It's very annoying. I don't know how to explain this, but it's not helping us as a nation. Take me backstage, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you, AY. I really appreciate that. The flagship, welcome to the show. Could you please unmute, sir? Thank you.
Welcome, the flagship. Welcome, Wally. Man of
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Are you gonna
thank you.
let this guy talk, then I talk, then flagship, or
Yeah, please wait, the flagship. Uncle Janaba was supposed to speak. Uncle Janaba, I'm so sorry about that. Go ahead, sir.
no problem. Flagship is my guy, but I want to say because the main reason why I came was the first topic. But on this one, let me just comment. Then thank you once again for the opportunity to have all of our view. It's a long walk to freedom. My heart ache, especially from those that I have personal relationship with that we met on this platform. Is China a Christian nation? So their God that they hear from, is it the same God with the Adeboye or is another God? Is Japan a Christian nation with the advancement in everything to be competitive in 21st century? Is even Dubai a Christian nation, or you can call it United Emirates? We as a people, the black people, I don't want to go into detail because we have no time to talk about all this religious thing. But one thing I'm sure of, until we get religion, whether Christianity or Islam, out of our way, we will be like the way the Bible said in the book of Isaiah, Book of Isaiah, I think chapter 1. It said the day King
Hold on one
Uzziah.
second. Hold on one second. Okay, Uncle John. Ovia, could you please turn off your camera because this is a segment where the camera doesn't stay on. So please, could you please turn on your camera that way I can bring you in? Thank you, Uncle John. Continue.
So until we do so, the language of this manipulation, God, no God. I understand the Nigerian space is what we use when we don't have answer to anything. Innocent citizens were murdered by the military drone in Kaduna. The president went there. He said that is the will of God. If you lost your loved one at that age, of course you have no other choice because what you don't have answer to, you have to find a way to cool yourself down. And so many of our people that are talking about fasting, I think by God's grace, some of us have fasted, dry fasting and all of that. Spirituality has nothing to do with your religion. The soul of a human being is more powerful than you can ever imagine. And every book you read, every religious book or a philosophical book that inspires human soul, and you yield to it, you can obtain anything in this world. So it's not a special gift for somebody because you fasted for 40 days or you fasted for 90 days. If anybody subject themselves to seek a deep spiritual answer to their issues, regardless of your religion, you will get an answer. That is how human being is created. So I hope our African brothers and sisters will take this serious so we don't pass this epidemic belief to our children. Because the world will become a joke of the world. I don't want to say too much on this issue so other people can go ahead.
Thank you, Uncle
But
John.
as a man that have served under the whatever you want to call, and I hear people talking from this kind of angle that to justify tomorrow you drink tea with God, while the Bible says you cannot, nobody see God, and tomorrow you come now, you say this, and because you obtain the trust of the people, and you are joking with word, there is a saying in my place that your word is your word. You don't joke with it. And if
That's right.
this is where we are in 21st century, I'm afraid. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I agree with you. I agree with your submission. The flagship, could you please unmute, sir? You're next. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adama, and good evening to everybody on the show. We are actually walking a dangerous path, a very, very dangerous one, with the trajectory that the entire globe is tracking on right now, and Nigeria seems to be nice, unaware of what's going on and what the future holds. For the Christians, those who believe in Christ, here and those that are listening, if you take time, pick up your Bible, go back, read the words of Christ and the teachings of Christ, and juxtapose it with the practice of Pentecostalism today in Nigeria, if you are honest with yourself, you will go back to God and ask for forgiveness for allowing yourself to be deceived and to be taught wrongly. It's unfortunate that we tend to downplay the power of the mind. It is so strong, but at the same time, very, very weak. If you capture it, you can make it to be whatever you want it to be. And for any human that allows you to capture their mind, you have total control of them. You can tell them to do whatever you want them to do, and they will do it. A few weeks ago, it's not been 2 months, Pastor Adeboye told us that Nigeria's problem is spiritual. And here we are today, he's telling us that it's a group of guys that are making it hard. and difficult for us that he had to call a group of people to go pray. Why do we, Nigerian Christians, why do we get in the habit of reducing God to such a minimal level that we make him look like a joke to everybody? I heard somebody here saying it just now, that it's almost looking like a joke right now. We make God look like someone we could put in our back pocket and walk with him wherever we go. That only one person has access to him and can claim glory in whatever happens. This thing that Pastor Adeboye is doing now is putting the people, most especially his followers, in a very, very dangerous spot, mindset-wise, and position for the next step in global affairs. Nigeria is at the brink of collapsing. I would hate to say it's collapsed, but it's at the brink of collapsing because we have gotten into this habit of leaving our jobs for God to come handle for us. This is what I like to tell my Christian. I'm a believer of the gospel of Christ. Don't get me wrong. I believe in Christ. I believe in God. I believe in prayers. But there's a place for prayer and there's a place for work. The reason why God gave us the kind of brains that he gave to us is so that we will not disturb him with unnecessary prayers. Things that we can solve ourselves. We go to him and leave it to him to work for us. Pastor Adeboye is on a track to destroying his legacy at this point. Not long ago, he came to apologize for one thing he said that was wrong, but rather made it worse. And here today, he's saying this. I don't care if he's speaking to his church members. The word has gone out everywhere. The globe has heard it. And what a laughing stock it makes us look like. That Singapore, that doesn't pray, does not even believe in the God we talk about, has the best nation, passport, economy, think about it, in the world. China today has the best. We depend on them. America, Europe, the rest of them that really don't believe and call on God the way we do are doing so well. Does not give us the need to sit back and say, wait, what are we doing wrong here? We are depending or being taught the wrong teachings. I think that at this point, he needs to take the back seat and work from behind and begin to let his people go out to begin to make changes within the society. If not, Nigeria as a nation is gone or will be gone. Pastor, and I'll round up with
Oh, we're
Adeboye
listening to
is
you.
out of touch.
Okay, go ahead.
Pastor Adeboye is out of touch with reality in Nigeria. Nobody, he cannot tell me that any one of his church members are happy that subsidy being removed gave them a better life. Can he tell us that his church members are happy that a bag of rice they could afford at 7,000 or maybe, 7,000 because he protested then. They are now paying 120,000 for it. 3 seeds of tomatoes. They can't even afford it to make a meal. They have reduced them. That the conversation is around boiled egg in many homes today. If you have it on your plate to eat, people can't go to work. They are being paid $70,000, like 35,000. Excuse me, 70,000 naira, like $35,000 here in America. And you call that God answering prayers? Where was God when the little girl was killed in Sokoto? Where is God when the Christians are being slaughtered in Benue, in the Middle Belt and everywhere? Where is God when Nigeria is being ravished by insecurity today? Why is he not praying? And why is God not answering those prayers? Does he not care about the people that are being killed? So God is concerned about the money aspect of Nigeria only. These are things that should make anyone get upset, and maybe we'll toss the Bible on the side. But it's not helping at all. I think he needs to, if he can, correct this statement and stop speaking. It's high time that we need to stop including religion in state matters. He should separate himself from me. We know the first lady is in his church. We know he has a lot of people from his church that are in government. But please, if you don't have anything beneficial that will change the trajectory for the Nigerian youth today, don't say nothing. They are leaving Nigeria in droves. We are losing a lot. Doctors, nurses, think about it. These are people that provide essential services to the people in Nigeria. If Nigeria goes up in flames today, God forbid, Pastor Adeboye has a helipad in the back of his house. He jumps into it and off he goes. He's not going to be there. This is not fair. It's just a slap on the people. How can God care so much to intervene in Naira falling down and stops it at 1600? That's a mean God, in my opinion. So I think that this is wrong. It is really wrong. He needs to correct it and make changes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, the flagship. I really appreciate your submission. Man of Prestige, I'm going to let you speak, then I'll come to Jide, Wale, Local P, and all our politics. Man of Prestige, could you unmute if you're there?
Yeah,
please put me in the backstage.
Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
thank you.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment to some people. I'm not going to call any name, that come here, I think I second what AY said and some other people, this is getting like a madness in Nigerian space about all these pastors here coming here to deceive us and other kind of things. And you have gullible people. I mean, some people say that he's preaching to his choir, but this man has millions of people listening to him. So it's not just preaching to the choir; he's just preaching to Nigerian society as a whole. So I don't know how it just kind of baffles me how people are so gullible on things. Everything that he's saying right now, the people, the audience, people that people that go to his church and some of that way, they're gonna believe it, and that's exactly what's happening. We have a lot of gullible thing. I mean, there's something that I just watched today, kind of epitomizes what I believe. I mean, you have some lady, a disciple of I didn't mean to divide the narrative, but it's something about people being gullible. You have a disciple of someone that came on, on national TV and used some AI, to show that where Trump was talking, that they should release him Nnamdi right away. If they don't release him Nnamdi, he's going to put sanction on Nigeria. This is exactly what we are saying about, and people are believing what these people come and deceive us, Nigeria, the pastors and everything. I mean, they are all doing this. I'm not saying they shouldn't get paid. When Jesus Christ, when Jesus Christ was alive, was he a rich person? Wasn't he going around preaching? I'm not saying the pastors shouldn't be paid. They should be paid. But they're all millionaires. They enrich themselves to a different level. It's not even, it become a racketeering. That's the way I see it. I don't know. I don't mean to be so emotional. Just people are so gullible and come here. You have some two people that speak something here, defending Adebayo indirectly or directly. It doesn't make any sense. But this is where we are in Nigeria. People have, like you properly stated, Adama, people have their own opinion, but it doesn't matter. We need to call them out. If you're wrong, you're wrong. Whether you believe it or you don't believe it. But I don't believe in all. I'm a Christian, but I don't believe in all this nonsense. I mean, I don't have that kind of mindset to be so gullible to all this nonsense. Thank you very much.
Thank you, man of Prestige. Wale, could you please unmute your nest? Thank you.
Thank you, Adama. Yeah, I think the way I'll look at it is, if we even look at the scripture, I don't know, maybe many people don't really read what they tend to believe in. Either you believe in Islam or Christianity. The book is there. So let me go into the Christianity, the Christian book. I'm not sure where it is or how to quote it directly, but at least I've seen it. He said, "He who believes in God should stand firm." Why did the Bible say that? Because it knows that you are a human being. You're likely to fall into temptation. And what are these temptations? If it's not money, it will be women or it will be fame. Can you not see, even when Jesus went to the mountain to pray, well, we've seen it, that even devil come to him and say, "Look, you are starving. Why don't you turn this stone to bread?" He could have done that. but it didn't. The temptation came. Look at the old world. See how beautiful it is. Just bow for me and you inherit it. Did Jesus do that? Did you hear in the Bible that Jesus owns how many donkeys or mansions or, all the good things in those days? Even when the trade was going on in the temple or somewhere, he went there, turned all the table where people are buying and selling, and say, "Why did you turn the house of my father into a marketplace or something like that?" Are people who say they are following Christ haven't heard about that, or they haven't thought about it? That why the Christ I'm following, I believe in, they didn't have all these. Have we ever questioned? Even when the rich man, the tax man said, "Oh, what can I do to get to heaven?" Did he say, "Bring all your money to me"? No. So, which kind of Bible are we reading? Who are we following? If we cannot ask ourselves a critical question and say, which God am I following? And that is even one thing about that. Let's say we even want to worship all the material things in this world. Have we forgotten that one day we're going to go and we're not going to take a pin with us? There's nothing like, "Oh, let me quickly tell my wife, this is my account number. Dad, can you give me 1 second? Let me declare all my property to my children." No. And they're not going to bury you with a penny. If they bury you with the gold, I'm very sure you have to put security guard to be, looking after that tomb or something. Otherwise, people who need the gold will come and dig your dead body out and take the gold away. Are we not learning that everything, all is vanity? When we're coming to this world, we come with nothing. What are we going to go with? We're not asking ourselves that question. On our way to church, we see people who don't have anything to eat, but we can go in our 4x4, in our, "Do you know who I am?" with security. We drove past the road where children cannot even go to school. And when we get into the church, "Oh, who is ready to sow?" We are ready to donate millions. Whereas in our village, there are so many kids that cannot even buy exercise book to go to school. Why are we not doing charity through that way? And those who are Muslims, maybe they forgot that in the Quran that says if you do a good thing with your right hand, the left hand shouldn't know. Why must we go on social media? "Oh, I've donated 10 million for the people who are displaced." Why do we have to do a show off? Is that what God wants? So until we ask ourselves that personal question, if we've been honest with ourselves, we are only deceiving ourselves, not God. We are only doing it just to show off. If anybody is listening, if you're a pastor or imam, ask yourself, if Jesus come tomorrow, or if death knock on your door within the next 10 minutes, who is going to defend you? Your wives, your family, or the show off you've done? So these are the things I expect our religious places to be preaching to people, not the material things. And God is not our mate. God is not man. He will bless even people who don't even worship him. Or simply because they don't worship God, did he stop you from breathing his air? Do you pay for the air you're breathing in? Or because you don't believe in God, rain doesn't fall onto your land? God is not our mate. He's far. He's very close to us and he's far away. He's so close to us that he lives in our heart. He's so small, if you want to put it that way. And he's big, massive, that even this health cannot contain him.
Yeah.
So who are we thinking God is? Our father, our mate, our president? We need to speak truth to ourselves and stop deceiving
Thank you.
ourselves with all this religious, "Oh, my religious is better than yours." Why are we even hailing thieves and thinking that, oh, my thief is better than yours, my religious is better than yours? Is that what they're going to ask you when you get to heaven? If you've
Yeah.
died before.
Good question.
So please, let's be honest with ourselves. Let's go to the corridor of our room and ask ourselves that real question between us and God, not
Thank
in
you.
the social media platform or show off form.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Wale. Mr. Jude, could you please unmute your nest, sir? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adama. Thank you guys for having me. I have a lot to talk about. I've had everyone talking. I've learned a lot. I've learned some new things and know what's going on in Nigeria and in Africa and all over. So, yeah, so I have a lot to talk about briefly, very brief. I heard Jonaba saying something that really hits me to my heart and to my brain. And I think about that thing, but he actually reaffirmed what something he said. And I liked what he said. Brother Job Abba said, we have a long way to freedom. In fact, I don't even think we've started. But when he said that, it hit me to the heart and it hit my brain right away and my heart. Like I was pensive for like 30 seconds. So the thing is, we need to understand because one of the major issues Africans have, why are we Black Africans? Why are we the way we are? Why do we think the way we are? Why do we behave the way we are? Why do we have so much issues? Why are we why do we take the abnormal things as normal? You know, these are critical questions we need to ask ourselves. And we don't ask ourselves enough. And why are we like that? Because we are like that because from a psychological point of view, we have a mental damage called menticide, which every other race do not have. We are the only race that have it. Maybe to some extent Latinos have it, but we have it the most. So what is menticide? Menticide is this is basic stuff. The systematic effort to undermine and destroy a person's values and beliefs. Hold on just a second. Let me just say the definition real quick. Menticide. Just a second. Yeah, the systematic effort to undermine and destroy a person's values and beliefs as by the use of prolonged interrogations, drugs, torture, education, and to induce radically different ideas. So what are these radically different ideas? We're talking about Abrahamic religions. Abrahamic religions have been in Africa for centuries. Islam came in the Middle Ages, in the 7th century, right? I mean, at the peak of African prosperity. Then Christianity came to Ethiopia. I don't want to digress, but for most parts of Africa, Christianity came through slavery and colonialism. And that was what led to the decline of our civilization and everything. But having said that, we need to understand that the mindset I'm talking about is the destruction of our innate way to even independently think on our own. So if an average Black African is talking, he will be referencing the Bible. The Bible is the most unintellectual book you can ever think of. Like, I'm not talking from an emotional point of view. It's a fact. Scientists have proven it. Philosophers have proven it. Like, if you're talking about the Bible, you can't talk about the Bible without even... If you're a Christian and you just focus on the Bible alone, you're not a complete Christian. You need to look at the historical context of Christianity. If you don't understand the history of Christianity, you are still you're not fully a Christian because you need to be fully educated to know what being a Christian is, not just from the Bible. Even the Bible, the Bible that we use in Nigeria, the Bible that was introduced to us and everything, we don't even understand the historical context. Who is even King James? Who is King James? King James was a murderer, was a kidnapper, he was a pedophile. King James, the same King James Bible. I don't even want to go into King James as an individual. The so-called Bible, do we even know the history of the Bible? Do we know the political context of the Bible? Do you know the roots? Like, let's not even talk about what is even inside the Bible in itself. That's one of my major points about menticide. So our thoughts, our imaginations, our beliefs, what we think, how we see the world, it influences our political consciousness. So from the way we think about politics, we see from the perspective of religion. And what religion? It is from the religion of the oppressors. So we are menticidal, we are damaged because of that. That's my point. Another point I want to make real quick is another issue that we have that we don't realize that we have is these religions, they will never make us to be revolutionary conscious. I always see politics from a perspective of we need to liberate ourselves, because where we are at the bottom end of every spectrum. We don't know where we are. We probably don't realize where we are. We're at the bottom end of the spectrum. Like, we're at the bottom. Is it poverty index, unemployment? Is it development? It is Black people that are the last. We are the last. But for some reason, we still don't realize that. Or maybe we realize that, but we still don't understand the cause of that issue. So our solution is to actually revolt. It's a revolution. It is not reform or changing situation or anything. We need to revolt against our oppressors. That's the second point I want to make. And these so-called pastors, men of God, all these so-called people that quote the Bible, they are there to control us. Pastor Deboye is doing what he's supposed to do. I don't know how most people are insulting him. He's doing what he's supposed to do. That is exactly what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to come out and continue to keep control of the people so that the people will continue to lose their consciousness. Because most revolutions in the world, you will see that the people that they attack most are those demagogues, those so-called men of God. Look at the Russian Revolution. Look at the Cuban Revolution. Look at the Korean Revolution. Look at revolutions all over the world. It is the same kind of people that they rebel against first. Go and look at the history. But these are the people that are there to keep us where we are. So he's doing what he's supposed to do. So I don't know if people are disappointed. I'm not surprised. So I think we are, like John Abba said, I like that thing he said. We have a long way to go to freedom. And I think we don't realize it. We keep quoting the Bible, the Quran, and the point is these religions, they are not African religions. Look at China. Look at what they practice. Is it an imperialist religion? No, it's not. Look at India. India is like us. But what makes India better than us? Why is India not like us? Why are Indians respected more than us? Look at their identity. Look at their culture. You understand? They embed their culture with their religion. And they have a red line with their culture, with development. They have a red line. There's a red line between their cultural practices and national developments. They don't mix it together like sardine, like us. Do you understand?
So could you wrap up? Thank you.
Yeah. Let me round up real quick. So I think one of the major roadblocks to our development, and one of the reasons why we are where we are, is because of these Abrahamic religions. We need to break away from it and draw a red line and think about how we can move forward as a group of people. That's where I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chide. Well said. Mr. Loco P, welcome to the show. Could you please unmute, sir?
Okay. How you all doing, everybody?
We're doing good, sir. And you?
I'm doing great.
That's good.
Yeah. Where do I start from? Okay. I don't know. I don't want to say we are hypocrites, right? Because I don't want to offend anybody's sensibility. But why are we pretending as if we didn't see this Adeboye stuff coming? I mean, he has been doing lots of it way back, and people just refuse to see it because they are afraid of being tagged child of the devil. They don't want to be called you're a blasphemer. You don't want to be given a negative name. You are afraid of public shaming. Then you hide your thoughts and just keep to yourself. Or sometimes you see that you already blackmailed. You understand, by telling you if you speak against man of God, you go to hellfire. Then you'll be scared to say something. You go, God, I bet no one go talk anyhow. Make no go punish me. I bet I just keep quiet. That kind of self judgment you give yourself. All these are to trap you. You understand? The brainwashing have started way, way, way back. And remember what the Bible said, like, if you train up a child the way they will grow, when they grow, they will never depart from me. So we've been trained in this way way back, from our grandparents to our parents to us. You understand? Luckily for us, many of us are not awakened. Maybe thanks to the internet, we've done our own research, look for books, hidden books, read many stuff, be able to think for ourselves, ask questions, and now we're where we are. So for the Adeboye thing, right? There was a point where I think, I don't know what program I watched, you understand, where he stood up from a chair and stood somewhere in the altar. Then everybody, all his church members, stood up, went to the chair and be touching the chair and be tapping blessing from ordinary carpenter wood with carpenter knack. People were tapping blessing from just chair. I like, yeah. I like, yeah. The video is there. Check it. The video is on the internet. It's there. They say it's the internet never forget.
It's called tapping from the anointing.
Exactly. That be wood where carpenter knack. Just wood and nail. Now people tap anointing from. Okay. So they've been doing this way back. But just like we decide to turn the blind eye. That's why I said we're hypocrites. Hence, I don't want to offend anybody's sensibility. We've seen this come a long time ago. But the thing is, what he has succeeded in doing is, because he was younger then, he was still smart enough to manipulate the people. You understand? He had been telling lies all this while. You understand? But he was smart enough to still manipulate the people, make them fear for damnation or condemnation. Not wanting to go to hellfire, so to speak, right? So he has been doing this, but now that he's kind of much older, he has seen that yes, he has succeeded in blinding the people, brainwashing the people, and there's no need for him to start cracking his brain or how to manipulate the people anymore. So he wants to say whatever he wants to say now. You understand? Because he has no there's no point for me to say this, and I'll also be thinking of how to back it up and by twisting their head. You understand? It takes a lot of effort and genius to do that. So in this case, I've succeeded in condemning their brain. They can't think for themselves anymore. If I say hey, they say hey. If I say low, they say low. So let me just continue to say the lies and stop cracking my brain to brainwash them to believe what I want to believe. He has been saying this back to back for the past, in fact, let me just say since Tinubu's administration. He has been coming up with different kind of stuff, and people have been saying it. Has it stopped? No. He still continues because he has now believed now that he has totally fulfilled his job by brainwashing us, keeping us, you understand, where we are supposed to be. Don't forget what they say, like religion is politics. These are politics. These are politicians. They know what they are doing. Like what Jide said, other countries, they any religious leader, they go at them first because they know if they don't go at them, they succeed in capturing the people. And by so doing, the people may not be awoke to maybe development or whatever. You understand? So because I see our people like why okay, like recently I went to Nigeria, right? Once somebody said this word, like, look, our problem or black problem, Africans problem, I think our problem is fuck, sex. I think this is our problem. I've been able to some say I've seen it, either sex or getting high. Either way, you understand? Because I was in Lagos recently and somebody just I was trying to buy granules. You understand? Someone just came and like he showed me something. I was like, what is that? He showed me say, look, bros, like you something like you will need it. Like for what? What is it for? He said, yeah, he said it's for knacking. I was like, ah. So I just told him, I said, come, bro, come. So in all these things that you think you can help me with in this life, it's just how to knack, drug to knack that you can think you can help me with that you buy from your hand. Why is it that that's the only thing we can think of? People are thinking of okay, how to create something software.
Segment is about this. Please round up.
No, it's trust me. It's a general trend we're entering into. Trust me. You go to Turbulent Bridge, traffic. You see boys telling you, be showing you hand, like, bro, I get strong thing where you need, where you think knack. So, like, why is all this things? Where is all this thing coming from? Just knack. You want to impress, like knack. You think that you knack pass. Other than that, everybody wants to get high. You have money, you buy the latest drink, you go to buy champagne, you see politicians drinking when drink of 50 years old just to drink and get high. That's our problem. We can't just think like China, we can't think like Indians, we can't think like Japanese. You understand? We can't think like Dubai, Arabians. We can't think like them anymore.
Yeah, could you round up, please, so that
You get my
we
point?
can go?
So in a nutshell, we are living a culture of the West, or not even the West, of developed world. You understand? We think we are smart because the world is clapping for us because of our music or our food. Now we think we've arrived. Meanwhile, we have no say when it comes to people calling the shots in the world, and which is terrible. And if you're not careful with this, the generation that is coming right now, I pity for them. So please, we should all do now that
Thank you.
these generations are woke, we try and make sure we give this next generation that's coming after us, you understand, a better sense of reasoning, or else
Thank you.
we'll all be doomed.
Adama, can I get 1 minute?
No, you can't, because we're about to start the next topic. So I'll just give you
Please,
50
so don't start
seconds,
talking
50
like
seconds, 50
this
seconds.
information.
Please, 50, be quick, because electricity has to go. He came in just for that. So please, could you make it real quick?
Okay, thank you. I'll just go. One, we go on, help me. Now, one is this: we are mixing a lot of things together. Your religion or your Christianity, which is not a religion, it's a way of life, does not stop you from being very smart, being able to do work what you should do. And if you go and check, you find out that, and I just want to respond to Jide a bit. Look, the philosophers and the books that you quoted, where are they coming from? The Yales of this world, the Harvards of this world. Who started them? It was the church that started it. It was the Catholic priests that started them. So let's not get confused. Those books are quoting, where did they all start from? The knowledge we are expanding right now, where did it all come from? It came from the same source. Okay, that is one. Two, it's not stopping. Look, we are just being lazy. Nobody says because you are worshiping God, you should not. You say, oh, work without prayer without work is what? It's not. It doesn't give any result. So our people have decided to take a backstage and not do what they should do. And people are in the church praying every day, every day. Listen, not all of us that are Pentecostals. Jide, what some of the things you are quoting, we know where it started from. I know that King James was a pedophile, and indeed all that he did. We know the portions of the Bible that he removed. And let me tell you, the Bible you carry around is not the only Bible that we read. Those people
Okay,
want
Uncle
to follow.
KJ, could you round up?
One more
Yes.
minute. Yeah, I'm running
Please.
up. The Bible that you see every day is not the only Bible that's available to those who want to really pursue their God and know who He is. If you want more information, let me know. I'll post them to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, this is the segment, this is the topic everybody has been waiting for. Should polygamy be legalized? Or since the LGBTQ have their rights, why can't we legalize polygamy? AYM forefather, this is the time I need you. Forefather, please come in. AY, I'm bringing you in. So I want to open up the topic, and I'm going to go to Uncle Jonaba. You're next. Should polygamy be legalized? Since the LGBTQ have their rights, so why can't we legalize polygamy? You're next, sir.
Before I start, it's people like you that make it illegal because you cannot stand your one man, one wife.
And topic to not only a dive topic, Jonathan.
For where?
Yes, now how the women cause now the jealousy one kill them. They say they not fit share, they not fit be another woman. Then they say okay, let's put the law.
Okay, Uncle Jadaba, go ahead. We are listening to you. Go ahead, sir.
First of all, it's all joint. Our problem is so complicated. In honest speaking to issues, I've said that on this show over and over. I'm from polygamous home. I joined. We are so close that we don't even use the word half brother, half sister. And I enjoy us coming together whenever we have the opportunity. So I am not against polygamy. Um, to me,
But do you practice it?
no, I don't, because
Why?
um, I married somebody like you. So if I do that, I'm going to die on time.
You die untimely death. You will die untimely death. So no need, you don't want to die.
Jonaba, honestly, Baba, you're supposed to be a comedian,
Die untimely death.
with seriousness.
There
I
is
always battle
nothing,
you.
there is nothing that make polygamy illegal, even in America. What they say is that you cannot obtain two licenses as you marry to two wives, but there are people who marry to more than five, six wives in America. And it's common in the state called Utah. And so it is still, when I said earlier, all join, it is still the Bible thing that brought to us. And Bible do not even condemn it. It is just because Paul mentioned it. And if you look into Paul's life, Paul will be like some of my uncle that marry and somebody knock for them because their thing is not working. So so
Oh God, Uncle Janaba, are you sure you are? I can't with you. I can't.
it's
Adama,
true now.
let
I'm
let
telling the
Uncle John,
truth now.
Adama, let
So
Uncle John land now. Ah,
Okay, please. Okay, Uncle Janaba, I'm sorry I have to cut you short. Electricity has to go. So do you mind pausing so that electricity can speak?
okay,
He has to
let
go.
him go. Let us
Yes,
go there.
electricity, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, all. Thank you for giving me this chance in terms of speaking about this issue. Is the stigma associated with it? It's one of the reasons why we have to discuss this. Secondly, also, we don't know people's circumstances as to how they got into polygamy, polygamous relationship,
Please, please,
particularly.
please, please. You use the word stigma. What do you mean stigma?
I
Are you
mean,
saying
we
stigma
frown.
is like
Yeah,
I
we
hear you.
frown.
That's the point I want to get because you man, you see all the assignments are coming up.
Now
So,
sickness.
no, go ahead. Is it a sickness?
We
Please
frown.
educate
We
us, sir.
frown. We frown at it
Who
without
frowned at it? Who
understanding.
frowned at it, please? You
Well,
men
some
or
of
the
us
women?
frown. Some of us frown at it, and we kind of
Electricity,
we
speak
look
for
down. I
yourself.
don't know
Speak for
what the
yourself.
right word to use. We see it as a crime or as a sin.
No.
Well,
Electricity. You say you frown at it. Don't say for they are the men and people like AY, Uncle Janaba, Loco P, you guys don't frown at it. So let's say the way it's people like Uncle KJ who I know that they are very
all right.
conservative
Let
and
me
stuff like
rephrase.
that.
Let me rephrase. For those that frowns at it, does that sit well with you?
Okay, thank you so much. Well
Ah,
said.
thank you. For those that frown at it, we have to understand, first of all, we get to understand how people got into polygamous relationship, particularly the women. Because sometimes it's not even their doing. Sometimes it's circumstances. And to those of us who are very religious, we have to understand, even from a biblical point of view. But let's go down to our natural habitat right now. We take, for example, the war between Russia and Ukraine. Most Ukrainian soldiers have died, leaving a lot of women behind as widows or boyfriends or girlfriends that their husband, their boyfriend have died. Who's going to marry them? Certainly, they ain't going to have any man that will be born today that will now wait for them and they get married. So this sort of circumstances or situation at times tends to lead women into what? Being in a polygamous relationship. So before we ever pass the judgment or condemn this thing, we need to understand why they got into it. And those of us who also hold on to the view, I often pick David and Abigail as an example. David asked Abigail to marry her. Her husband just died. I think she's the second wife of David. She's gone through abuse from her first husband, emotional,
Jesus.
psychological abuse, and everything.
Electricity,
And
are
she's
you trying to
about
justify polygamy with this Bible
No,
something
Tokwe,
there?
please let
to
him land. Let's understand where he's coming from. Go ahead.
okay.
You men are
Uh,
dangerous.
whether we
Especially the ones that know
justify
the
it or not,
Bible.
or whether I justify it or not, it's what is part of us. It's what has been in existence before now. What I'm saying is, we have to understand first how people got into a polygamous relationship and not condemn them and not look at them as we are more holier than them. That's my point I'm trying to make. We don't know the circumstances. It should be legalized, just like the issue of LGBTQ plus people. Why shouldn't it be legalized? What is wrong if we can't legalize it? What is wrong if we cannot advocate for it? If we have side chicks, why can't we have just marry them? What's wrong with that? I need somebody to prove me wrong from every angle, even from the scriptural point of view, the first man that run a polygamous recorded is Lamech in the Bible. Has God ever at any point say to them that what you're doing is against I need somebody to prove me wrong in that. I'm not promoting it, but what I am telling us is this: before we jump the gun and say you're wrong, you're committing adultery because you married he has 3 wives or 7 wives or whatever, we take a step back and ask ourselves question. Because you, Tokwe, can find yourself for challenging me, you, Tokwe, you can find yourself in that situation tomorrow. Will I now come and judge you or condemn you? The answer is no, because I don't know the circumstances that led you into it. So it's better to be done open, just the way the LGBTQ came out and say, whether we agree with it or not, it's legalized. It's condemnable. The scripture condemns it, but it is legalized. So why can't we also advocate for this to be legalized? You can quote me anywhere. I'll defend it anyway. I yield the floor back to you. Thank you for giving me the time.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate your input. Uncle Janaba, your next. Thank you, sir.
All right. Okay, to continue with our conversation, I don't see is even if you go by the Bible context, I do not see uh, while it's condemnable, but then what is the point of a man uh, become a friendly friend in his own household? Like me now, I know my wife will not tolerate it. I have 3 beautiful kids. I'm not man enough to dare it, so I keep it to where I am. But if I see any man that is practicing it, I have nothing to do with it because if you even look at it, is the word even? Is the number of the men and women are even? The other people, the what are they going to be using? And they're going to make this cucumber more expensive by buying it and using it. So why can't they also find love among other men or women that they can tolerate it? Like you guys pick the topic about LGBT, whatever, LGBTQ, whatever. Um, that is even against nature. But they were able, because it fit their fundamental human right, they were able to say it's okay when it's due time. So I think I will appreciate Sister uh, Dama, Sister Tope to lead this movement and put themselves out of it. But they should say this is the right thing, even though I can't take it. Just be like me. I know I can't do it, but it's the right thing to do. Lead the movement, take it anywhere. Go to Nigerian churches. And it's more economical. Side chick is expensive sometimes. I think even prostitution is cheaper sometimes. So let people sit together, make their decision, and live their life. This controlling here and there, I mean, if people that are capable of doing it mentally and financially, it's a household. You cannot, I'm okay with 3 kids. If you are doing that with polygamy, you have to have more. So we should talk about the financial implication or that is involved in it, not just because it's your right to just do that, but also you should be able to do it. And it's only in the Christian space that is that. In Islam, they say as far as you can provide, you are allowed to marry up to 4 wives. So, and it's a race issue in terms of population. How do we become relevant in the world when your number does not something that concerns you? And not everybody that can deal without child. Some people like me, I love children. Even if I don't have anyone of my own, I could have adopted one anyway. I don't care. But then let us make sure that All the sisters are not left behind. Please, Dr. Adama, please lead this movement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Uncle KJ, what is your opinion on the topic, sir? You're next. Could you please unmute?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. I will surprise you with my thoughts. And just like Jonabal said, the Bible does not really, okay, the Bible does not really speak against polygamy. Well, I'll lay exactly what it says. And what it says is that a man who deserves to be a bishop has to be a husband of one wife. Now, before now, assuming that I, KJ, was not a Christian and I have 5 wives, and now my 5 wives are 65 years old or 60 years old or even late 40s or 50s, and now I go one day I'm passing out here preaching in Times Square, and I decide to give my life to Christ, and then the preacher said to me, you know, you have 5 wives, and I say, yes, I have 5 lovely wives, you know. So, well, now you're giving your life to Christ, you know, you have to divorce 4 of them and have only 1. And then I go home to my wives and I said to them, you know what, today I'm born again. Consequently, I don't want you, the first one I married, the second one I married, the third one I married, the fourth one I married, I don't want you. But this one now that is born baby, and that I just got from Panya, this is the one I want to keep. So the rest of you now have to leave. Those 4 women, will they think that the God that I have decided to embrace right now is a loving God? Will those 4 women also go to God and give their lives? Will they think, will they want to go near that God that just told their husband, who they've known for maybe 50 years or 60 years, to, you know, will they also love that God the way their husband, who have just chased them out of their house because he got born again? The answer is no. Those women, none of them can ever like that God that just made them now to lose their husbands and, you know, vis-a-vis lose their livelihood. So consequently, the Bible does not teach, like I said, okay? In fact, divorce, Moses said, is because of the Christ said it's because of the wickedness of the people's heart at that time. They say, what, instead of you going to do any other thing, if you think you can no longer live with the person, grant the person a certificate of divorce. But from the beginning, it was created male and female, you and your husband. However, like I said, if in this modern time you decide to, you know, like for electricity said, we cannot adapt the system that the LGBTQ have gone, because it's not the world that will decide for the church what he wants to do. It's the other way around. We decide, because we are the ecclesia. That's the original word in the Bible, not church. It's called the ecclesia. Ecclesia means a governmental body that educates what happens on earth. That's what it means to be a Christian. It's an ecclesia, a gathering of lawmakers. Now, we decide. So if I, for once, I don't want to serve in the things of God, I don't want to be a pastor, I don't want to do anything that has to do with the word of God. I just want to take care of my family, mind my business, go to church, thank God, come back to my house. Then there's no problem. Because if you go to rural areas, some part of Nigeria, you find out that there are some Catholic people, some other people who got married to 2 wives. They're still in their church. They're still going to their church. And then, you know, I have a distant relation who married 3 wives, and he was a cactus in his village until he died. You know, so the Reverend Father didn't stop him from being a cactus. It didn't stop him from coming to church, but he was no longer, like I said, he cannot be an elder in that church. He cannot be a bishop in that church. He cannot be called to be a pastor preaching other people, because he has chosen to serve the things of the world, which is the things that will satisfy him, at least on this part of earth. So let other people who have time to serve God, who can now take place and take that position. That is what the Bible is saying. But most times, people will not go to this extent to explain to you, because it's not also encouraging you to go out and say, okay, thank God, pastor have told me now, and that I don't want to be a pastor, I don't want to be a priest, I don't want to be an elder. Now let me go and look for all the girls. I'm married 10. Okay, no, but simply the Bible did not say that you should not, if you don't want to be a priest, if you don't want to be an elder. In fact, the word is bishop. Bishop simply means elder. Then you can equally go ahead with your 2 wives. So basically, that's what I think it is. I have one of my distant relation is married 2 wives, but that's the only person. I mean, distant uncle, very late distant. My grandfather's brother had 2 wives, but of course, one eventually left, because that's the way it's always like that. People, not everybody. Some manage it well, some don't manage it well. I'm not going to advise on that because I have no capacity to. But that is what the Bible says. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Uncle KJ. Tapa, you're next. Could you please unmute? What is your opinion on should polygamy be legalized?
Whatever is good for the goose is good for the gander. So if you want to legalize it, then polyandry too. We are down with that. Someone was asking me something similar that would like to take it in the comment section. My answer was, if I'm old and my husband brings the smallie home, as long as she can do all the cooking and do the cleaning, and I'm living my life like I'm in a hotel, bring it on. Which one concern me at that stage in my life?
Must you be old? But I'm confused. Must you be old to accept it? I don't understand the old part. What does old have to do with polygamy?
If I'm old, as in if I'm old and I'm not up and doing and
so are you saying your own personal preference?
Yes, I won't really push against it at that point in my life. Now, if we're talking about now, it may be an issue. It may be an issue for me at this point in my life because I'm still young and agile. So I don't really think I don't think I'll support it at this stage. But it makes sense.
That means you are selfish.
What do you mean? How am I selfish? At this stage in my life, with this my young looking self, a man will not bring one smallie and that will be competing with me. No, not at this stage.
No. I think there's a mistake now. You can't reference the word smallie. Because
there's no competition there. It's no competition.
A full-grown woman. These are 2 adults, so let's get it straight. So when you use the word smallie, I don't want you to mistake it that we're saying the man is going for a minor. No.
No, not a minor.
Yes,
no, not a minor. When I mean smallie, much younger than me is what I'm saying.
Hold on, Tokwe. If they are much younger than you, then you use the word much younger than you. But smallie, at the end of the day, you said something about polyamorous. So could you please dive into that? What does polyamorous mean? Could you explain to us what that?
What is good for the goose is good for the gander. If the man can, yes, polyandry.
Explain it now. Why are you scared?
If the man can have other women, I don't think there's anything wrong in women to being able to have other men.
Start confessing.
Men cannot take it.
Can we allow her to talk, please?
Men cannot take
it. She's educating us.
Men cannot take it. They can't just stand the idea to even think about it for a second, that to even imagine it that their woman is on another man. That is the core of the matter. But it's okay and is allowed for the woman to take it and just hear that their man is about up and about donating it everywhere. If you can do it and you expect me to take it, then you should be able to take it too, for me to be flangering too. That's what I think.
But listen, they said polygamy.
Wait.
I want her to stay on track. They said polygamy, not having side chick. So stay on polygamy track.
Yes, please. So are you saying that if we want to legalize polygamy, that we should allow the women to be able to have as much men as they want to as well.
Husband, yeah, as many
Yes,
husband as they want.
as many husbands.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because when you're doing LGBT, it's goes both ways: gay, lesbian, trans.
Africa don't finish. Africa is
So,
dead.
if you are going to legalize it, then do it the proper way. If you're allowing men to have other wives, like in Utah that John Abba had mentioned, yes, they practice it there. Then you should be able to allow women to be able to have other husbands too, and there shouldn't be any judgment at all. That's
Okay,
how I see it.
Okay, thank you. Uncle KJ, I'm going to put you backstage so I can bring Uncle Ike, please. Thank you. Could you bring him in for me if you can, or I'll take it. I can bring him in. All right. So look, Uncle Local P, I'll go to you. Local P, what is your Who just stayed the stage now? Let me see. Okay. Wale, can I go to you? Your nest, please. What's your opinion on this?
Okay, thank you.
You jump in first. What do you now?
No. You see, the thing changed. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Let Local P go. Say
No. Wale, go.
Okay, thank you,
Okay,
sir.
all right.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Okay. When I look at this case of polygamy and everything, I'll look at it from where I come from. I can't speak for the Oyibo. I'll speak for me as a black man. Now, from history, why our forefathers or our fathers in those days tend to marry more women is for economic purpose. They need people to cultivate their land in order to survive and all those stuff. So, many children in the farmland bring, it shows that the man is capable of this. So, and again, when we look at it from religion perspective, in Islam or in a Muslim doctrine, so you can marry many wives if, remember that, if you can justify or be equal among them. Why do they say you can marry many wives? Is because, is it okay in the book that says do not commit adultery or fornication and all those stuff? So instead of you to be flinging it around, why don't you just bring her home, so that at least she can, she's not going to be Asana or Ashewo all over, where this one do, that one do. If you truly love her and you can cater for her, go. So that is one thing. The condition there, that if it can be, you can justify and be equal among them, but they wouldn't look at that. Can we even be equal with our own sibling? That's the question. So that book that says marry many if you can, they tend to ignore that if. Anyway, so that's one part. And if you look at it from the cultural or human anatomy and physiology, kind of, men are not wired the same as women. Their own pregnancy is 24/7. They carry it. They carry their conji 24/7. Maybe women can say, oh, they can do without for 6 months. But can a man do it without? Can a man do without it? Women go say, oh, it's not be food. For a man, our food, though. If you want to scatter everything, tell the man say now food. You will go and see that. You will go and carry one somewhere to ease himself. So until we face that fact that men are wired differently, we might be getting it wrong. And we could be arguing about that polygamous way of why men will go for so many. And also, we need to remember that men don't get emotional attached.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second, Wale. Obey, could you please turn off your camera, please, so I can bring you in, sir? Thank you.
Okay. And, okay, like I was saying, when we look at men doing their own business, a man can be, knocking 3, 4, 5 without attaching emotion to it. That's why you could see a man will go to a Ashewo house and go and do his own thing, come back. never change, he will still be responsible. So, but because women always attach emotion to wherever they are knocking, so in a way, it makes it difficult when you look at why it's easy for a man to be in a polygamous situation compared to a woman being polyandry or something like that. So men and women are not wired the same. I'm not saying because a man have the opportunity to go and carry many, you should want things that men would like to first of all think of, especially a black man, is respect. No matter how beautiful you are as a woman, if you respect that man, you will go and carry one war person, and people will be looking at why this man they go for this one when he get a beautiful one at home. So looking at it as well, how God even create us, He make man the head to decide. If head is rotting, what else is left? So the man have to think, say, okay, I'm the head, I want respect. If I do this, there's a likelihood that I'll be a laughing stock. I'll be an irresponsible father that just have many children. I can't cater for them. What kind of a respect am I going to command in the society? So why can't I stay my lane? So there are so many factors that could prompt a man to either be polygamous in nature. It could be death of his, it could be the relationship is not working again. It could be anything. But there's something they used to say it in Yoruba. It might be very easy for a man to gather 2, 3, 4, or 5 women, depends on his capacity or whatever he's doing. How blessed is it to germinate or to spread the seed? But it's not the same for a woman. Why? Yoruba always say, "Kóbìnrin tọ̀rìn, kọ́kùnrin tọ̀rìn, èèyàn kan máa lómi lẹ́yìn ẹsẹ̀ ju ara wọn lọ." As in, if a woman is to pee and a man is to pee, one person will have more water at the back of their heels than the other one. So if a man marries you and he leaves you after you have two or three children, it might not be as easy for you as a woman to find another man. It takes maybe less than 2 weeks or 3 months for the man to find another woman, impregnate her again. The man might suffer at the end, in the long run, in his old age, provided he's not being responsible. He might suffer in the long run, but he will enjoy to start with. What I mean enjoy is he will find another OPK, he will find another one, carry, enjoy his life, abandon the first one. But if the woman can endure, train the children very well, do well for herself, it's not going to be easy to start with, but she will enjoy in the long run. Because those children will rally around her, do what she has lost when the man left. Because she will be bitter, she will be angry that why would this man leave me for another woman? So the only way she will be able to get it right is look after her children, look after herself, be strong, but it's not going to be easy. So she will need a lot of support, maybe from friends, families, and she might be lucky enough to find a man that will say, don't worry, I'll marry you with your children.
So what
But
is your
it's very
point,
risky.
Wale? So Wale, what is your point? Are you saying you're in for the polygamy or you're not? You don't support it. So that's
I
what.
kind of sit on the fence. Like I said, it depends on an individual. If you are looking at it from religious perspective, maybe as a Muslim,
No, no, no. I don't. No, 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 no. I don't think that's the part I don't want us to look at it from, because all these men having this side chick are non-Muslim. So I don't want us to try to make it a
Okay.
religion thing,
Okay.
because we have pastors who have side chick who
Okay.
know what they want. So men are out there who like more than one woman. So what
Okay.
part do you sit in? That's the part I want to.
Okay, let me quickly touch on that. When you said, okay, let's leave the religion aspect of it out, there are so many things that could make a man want to be, poly in a way. Maybe he has a lot of money and women follow money. Believe me or not, you have more money, even if you are like a shanku kind of person, you will still find Aki and Popo, you will find a pretty girl. But you don't have money, forget it too. So women follow money. That is one. So when the man have the money, there's a likely what does he want to use the money for? To be throwing it away. Even as Abiola as he was, how many pretty women married him or he married? So money would be one. Fame. Oh, that man is a chief. He's Odogu. He's this. He's that. Women will follow. So there are so many things that will make a man to have so many. But if he thinks to himself and he thinks, oh, the end result is going to be worse than the beginning, he would think twice. Just like my uncle, John Alba. Not that he doesn't want to do it, but he's going with his head rather than his heart. So he knows what he's doing and he weighs the consequence, so he wouldn't go there.
Okay.
So that is that.
All right. Thank you so much. Local P, what is your opinion on this?
Polygamy. Okay. Who gave you that name, sir? Funny enough. Because I think the practice had been existing way before the name. All right. And like
I
they
agree
said,
with you. I agree with you
in order
100%.
to give a dog a bad name, it will destroy something. First of all, you want to kill a dog, first of all, give it a bad name. So see, polygamy is, how will I call it, is a decision that it's not even a face, right? Because there are some people who at first, before they got married, they never thought of polygamy. It was never a thing in them, never crossed their path. But probably maybe during the course of the journey of their marital life, you start like, maybe after 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, they're like, maybe not bad though. Maybe just get another wife. Just something that you're like, okay, maybe so like maybe if I'm correct with this one, I might just want to settle my mind. Or if I'm tired of one, maybe fed up of one, not leaving her, then this one may just cool my system. Just like okay, alternate both of them so that he can have sanity. You understand? So it's a thing that came up for a choice, not because he planned it. You understand? And there are some too, you married to one wife and you're like, man, thank God I married this wife, man. I cannot share this wife with anybody. I can't leave this wife. I can't even share my life with another woman apart from this woman. It will just perfect match set and everything is way and gloomy. You understand? So it's polygamy or having another wife. It's not a good thing, it's not a bad thing. It's a thing. You understand? That works for you, and you go with it. If you marry one, it works for you, go with it. If you there's some and the funniest is we are only even hearing negative stories of man having two or more wives. You understand? Where are the good, the lovely stories, the what's called beautiful stories of polygamy or having more than one wife? Where are they? They're out there, but people don't announce it because maybe it will not make wave. But the two wife saga, na so one first wife come posting second wife picking. And so because they're dragging property, who is wanting first or no first son, this and that. That's the kind of story that people polish and it goes way and like haywire. But the other one that one family, one father, three wife, all the children eat from the same pot, all of them eat whatever. That kind of scenario, people don't paint it and put it out there. You understand? So I think that's also a problem. But the truth is, having more than one wife, like I said, it's not a good thing, it's not a bad thing, it's a thing. If it works for you, beautiful. You understand? If it doesn't work for you, leave it. And in the olden days, they use it as wealth. More wife, more children. That's how they use it to count your wealth. You understand? Because if you have more wife, more children, that means you have a big plot of land where they are all farming. You
Okay,
understand?
so Local P, what will you say? We're not talking about the olden days. What will you say this current generation? Why are men so into side chicks? They can't stay with just one woman. What will you say is triggering that? And at the
Okay.
same time as well, women are women are exploring as well. Women are feeling that the men are not satisfying them. So them too, they want to get their needs met, because I think that's where we're having a problem. We tend to focus on just the men. And we forget that these women we're talking about have needs as well. Because if you look about the case we spoke about last week about this Equatorial Guinea guy, 60% of the women he slept with are married women.
No, I
So
think that Equatorial guy, I think that was is a fetish for all of them.
no. But look,
It's
people,
fetish for them.
this has nothing to do with fetish. Let's be realistic. The thing is, a lot of women who are married as well are not emotionally and sexually satisfied by their men. So if we're going to have this conversation, let's have realistic conversation and acknowledge that our men, a lot of our men do fail on that part as well, because we are just focused on women, men, because we come from a culture that is more focused on the men. So go
Adama,
ahead.
Adama,
Now,
can I say one thing quickly? Sorry,
see ya.
Lokopi.
See ya.
Yes. Oh, please go
Okay.
ahead.
If you look at this, what Lokopi is trying to describe, look at this guy that was the president of one of these African country that presented his two wives during the thing, and
Tanzania or
is it one of those country, and
Mm-hmm.
I look at that argument, and I look at, is it not better compared to the Western idea of just bring one, but you can continue to. So I just want us to look at it from that point of view.
No, but no. You can't tell me what point of view to look at it, or the viewers the point of view to look at it. You can speak from your own perspective, but
Some
that
people,
is what your own perspective. All I'm trying
so
to say is here. No, all I'm trying to say is here is we as a society need to acknowledge, whether be it African or anything, the women have needs as well.
Adama,
See,
the thing
Adama,
is,
see ya.
sorry, Lokopi. Adama, the thing is, some people are bold enough to present their whatever they can't hide it. Some people don't have that confidence. I might not have that confidence to present, maybe as my testers or something, to present to people that, oh, I have to, but I can go behind and be shagging my side chick. See what I mean? It depends on how confident you are to present that, look, this is me.
Okay, so
See ya.
but okay, go ahead,
Let me
Lokopi.
correct.
Go ahead, Lokopi.
Let me correct one impression, right? Look, having side chick is not all about sex. No.
Thank you.
Like I said, right? Having a
Logope is talking from experience. It's okay.
you be fool, na idiot, monkey. You have for I don't tell. So having side chicks not about sex. You understand? Some people just think, hey, he's cheating. Oh, it's sex. No. Sometimes it's just like another companion just to relax your mind. Like, oh, your wife is this and that. You understand? Okay, no problem. Get another woman and okay, put your thoughts or your mentality or your being, your spiritual your what do you call it? Is it chakra? They call it. I don't forget what they call it. Put it in another dimension and just be okay. It doesn't mean you must have sexual stuff with her. You understand? It doesn't matter that way. Sometimes you see some men, they're not dating any girl, but they love having this, sexual talk with women on the chat. Just be chatting with women like, hey, how is this? Oh, are you sure? Are you having it well? They don't have anything. They don't even sleep with those women. You understand? Sometimes the men just
Lokoti get demon, make una go to the next person.
Yeah, experience. He's talking from experience. Okay.
someone
I
like
don't
that.
even
You
know.
understand? So, but like I said, right? It's not because of sexting. It's just how men are created. Like I always tell women, look, it's a man's word. A man is like a lord to his wife or a wife's lord. So the women are supposed to be worshiping the men. So where these things is getting it wrong, where people are getting it wrong, like they want to equate, like you want to put equality. That is where everybody's getting it wrong. They're not equal.
But please, what do you mean by equality? Which man has the rights?
Sorry?
No, what do you mean by equality? What
I
is
say
equality in this?
Yeah,
What
that's what I'm
is
saying
good
now.
is good
Like
for
what you
the
are saying. Hold on now.
what is
Now
good
let
for
me.
the good is good for the
No, hold on
gander.
now. Now
If a
hold on.
man
Listen.
can do it, a woman can
Wait
do it
first
even
now.
better.
You listen now. You listen. Just like what you said, right? If a man can cheat or have whatever, why can't a woman? Like I said, you are the one that's putting equality there right now. And it must be equal. So I'm trying to tell you, it is not equal. A man is like a lord to a woman. You understand? So you
Says
can't put.
who?
Local people, no,
Says
stop
who?
it, hold on,
See,
stop
hold
it,
on.
hold on.
Listen to me.
Local people, we're not questioning that. That's not what we're questioning.
No,
Stay
that's what
on
I'm
the
saying.
topic of, listen, local people, we know a man is the head of the household. We
Mm.
don't need you to define that. Yes, the man leads, and the woman is, yes, we know all that. Stick on the subject. Do you support legalizing polygamy, yes or no? Say why and why you don't.
See, now when you say legalizing polygamy, yes or no, when even from a topic like you, because they legalize LGBT, that, polygamy and or having more than one wife, well, like let me use that word because polygamy is like a battle right now. Having more than one wife is totally a different ball game from LGBT, same sex, kiniko.
Why? Why?
Totally different ball game. Now
Why? Why?
I'll tell you this. Now I'll tell you this. The way the word is structured is a man's word. Okay, that is
But
one. Then
look,
two.
I think you need to caution yourself because
No, hold on
you
first
keep
now. This
no. Look, listen.
oh
Listen.
god.
Why I'm saying this is, even though this is an African channel, we have people watching us who are not African. You
Not
cannot be making a
African.
no. Listen, hold on. No, local people, whether it's Africa or not, I'm just trying to buttress something. Yes, we understand that narrative is a man's word. I am not going to, but I want you to stick on the subject. Do you believe in polygamous relationship? Yes, why, and why you don't? So I can go to the next person.
That means you really listen to me. I said, look, right? Polygamy is not a bad thing, it's not a good thing, it's a thing. If it works for you, better. Go ahead, thumbs up. If it doesn't work for you, leave it alone. It's not for you, it's not for you. You understand? So comparing that with LGBT, you understand? It's a total different thing. You get my point? It's just simple physics, chemistry. I just say like if you want to be attached to somebody, there's chemistry. Take that chemical or that chemistry component, put it in human being, sorry, in chemistry itself, in elements. You understand? That's why I say plus and negative, they go together. Plus and plus will give you high voltage, spark. You understand? It's only plus and minus that can give you what is designed to give you life, light, and everything. You understand? There's up and there's down. There's the reason for that. There's positive and there's negative. There's a reason for that. There's a north pole and a south pole. There's a reason for that. You understand? There's a man and there's a woman. There's a reason for that. Male, female. There's a reason for that. That's what I say it's different. So polygamy, like I said, is a thing. It's like you waking up to say, okay, I want to put tattoo on your body, or I want to start having long hair or dreads. It's a thing. If it makes you beautiful, fine. If it doesn't, leave it. If it's not for you, it's not for you. There's some okay, like maybe like talk about now. Oh, she woke up one morning and said, oh, I'm tired of carrying long hair. I want to go on short hair and even tilt it because she looks at herself in the mirror and it makes her fine. You understand? She goes with it. If it works for her, it works for her. But different from like, oh no, I want to start thinking like I feel like I'm in the wrong body. I'm start to be attracted to. Come on, man. You can't be attracted to your like. It's not possible. It's
Okay,
not,
thank you,
let's say
thank
it's
you.
different.
Okay, thank you.
Mathematically, chemical wise or physics wise, is different.
Okay,
So
thank you. Thank you. So can we go to Jide? Jide, you're next. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah, it's a very interesting topic. So like, yeah, it's very interesting. Well, what I would say about it is the idea of monogamy and polygamy. Yeah, it's a very touchy subject as well. So I need to be careful whatever I say. Hopefully, I will not offend somebody.
No, please say your mind. Please, Jide, this
Okay,
is a safe place, please.
okay. So the thing is, the idea of monogamy, yeah, even the idea of monogamy, it's a European concept. It's actually a European concept. The idea of one man having just one wife and staying with that wife till he passes or forever and ever. That idea, it's a European concept, it's a European philosophical, it's a European idea, it's embedded in European culture. If you look at other cultures, they are able to understand the concept of sex is not from that paradigm, in Africa, where in the African continent, pre-colonial Africa, not the one we have now, not the Europeanized or Islamized culture that we're proud that we now have now. We used to have polyandry and polygamy. So in Nigeria, for instance, where you have different ethnic groups and different kingdoms and all that, you have polygamy. Polygamy was commonly practiced, and the economic system that was there at that time, it ensured that a man could afford to have more than one wife, right? And everyone was satisfied with that relationship. The women were satisfied, the men were satisfied, at least from the outside, right? If you look at Southern Africa, like Zimbabwe and stuff, they have some cultures where women, they actually marry more than one husband. Some African cultures have that. So it's a very common thing in Africa. But because of our the colonial legacy and everything, and capitalism, the colonial legacy, the industrial revolution, and capitalism, we live in a capitalist world, right? So monogamy is now a very common thing. So what do I mean? In a capitalist system, it is extremely difficult to say you want to have more than one wife. And it's just, particularly if you look at Nigeria, that is a capitalist country that is poor. A capitalist country that is poor, for instance, a man having more than one wife, the man has to be extremely rich. If he's not extremely wealthy, if he's a regular person, just a regular person, it's going to be very difficult for him to cater for all his wives equally and satisfy that family equally. In fact, there are a lot of families nowadays that where the man cheats on his wife, he gets married to the other wife, and eventually the family just gets dysfunctional due to so many rivalries and all that. But the point I'm making is that this concept of us trying to be monogamous and moving away from what we used to be, it is because now we are now accepting, but we don't even realize it because, which is now our fault, right? But we are accepting those European concepts and European ideas. So the idea that the West should legalize it, it is not part of the things that, if you look at a lot of the phenomenon, like most of the things that are legal, right? It is in the West. Most of the laws that are legal, the policies and everything, it is those policies that are agreed by their elites. You understand? Those are things that everything, the policies, their regulations, everything, the system, these are things that most of their elites agree upon. And it is also drawn from their ideas, their concepts, their way of life. We need to understand that. So the idea of polygamy, because it's very common to us, so it's not a new thing. I don't think it may be for comparing it to LGBTQ plus. LGBTQ plus is a different dynamic entirely. So the idea of same-sex marriage, queer, and all that, it's like I said, it touches on.
What makes it different? Can you please explain what makes it different?
So what makes it different here is, even in Africa, throughout times, we've always had gay, we've always had lesbian. Well, I don't know the cause of what makes someone gay and what makes someone lesbian. What I know is that there is this idea of progressivism in the West. This idea was like keep making progress. So some of the ideas that we have in our culture that is taboo, the liberal, we now live in a liberal, the West has a core value called liberalism. The idea of continue to make progress, right? I'm not saying if it's right or wrong. The idea of feminism, the idea of equality, the idea of assimilating people.
Chide, all this grammar you're blowing, what does this have to do with? The point I'm trying to buttress here is this. Let me, when we put in LGBT, this is why we did it. If the LGBTQ can have a relationship, marry each other, whatever, as much as Africa we frown on it, a lot of some African men are bisexual. A lot of our men do have anal sex with women. So what are we here talking about blowing all this grammar? Let's say the way it is. Our men like more than one woman. So please stick to that. Yes, we understand. I am well read, so I understand all your philosophy, everything you're saying is well said. But stick to the subject. Polygamy, are you in for it, or why shouldn't we promote it or legalize it?
Well, yeah, I support it to be legal. I'm not against it. I support polygamy to be legal. But the point I'm making is from the point of view of the West, the elites, their concepts, would they agree to it? Like all the people in this panel now are Africans, right? A lot of us agree, some of us disagree. But from their own concept, would that be a new normal for them? I don't think so. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. Of course, I will encourage you to
Yes,
be
yes,
legal.
I get what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, that's my view, Sha.
Thank you so much. Can I go to AY? Hi, Jesus Christ. That's the PhD. I'll do him last. Please.
No, no, I don't have time. I want to go sleep. I'll be waiting.
Okay, AY, you're next. AY, go ahead. You're next.
Yeah, so all you all these men that have been speaking more. Now what for now, eh? They are falling behind. They just diverted from the topic, a lot of them. I think we missing something. We missing something. What I'm gonna say, right? The idea of polygamy, we need to really like look deep into it, right? Like I said last week or so, I said the idea of polygamy is not men having many wives. It's also every woman having a husband. Trust me. But look into it. If you see in the world today, apart from the number
AY, hold
of
on 1 second. AY, hold on 1 second. Uncle KJ, I'm going to put you backstage so I can bring in Jude, if you don't mind. Thank you, sir.
yeah.
All right, guys, I
So
gotta go. Have a good night, guys. Talk to you guys tomorrow.
okay,
Thank you
Jide,
so much,
bye.
Jide, for joining. Thank you.
So
Thank you, Jide.
the
Take care.
the number of women outside is
Okay.
way more than men. Like men they die way more than women. You see single women, you see widow. Who is gonna marry all these people? And the topic is also very good in the sense that in the West, especially, of course, in Nigeria, polygamy is legalized. But in the West, when you legalize LGBTQ, for example, we are talking of freedom. Then why don't you allow people to choose if they should have multiple wives rather than kind of like forcing even the single one to go into men and men and women?
You know, AY, you're
So
making a good statement that I like. You're
yeah,
sticking to the topic because
yeah,
I
I
know
know you will
this is
like
your
it.
area of specialty. So you're speaking to it so well. So you're making good. Thank you so much.
Can you just hold on? So that's the thing, right? So I think it's just like double standard on their side because you need to think deep what these people are doing. It's more like they are telling you the population of the world is too much. We need to get rid of people. Okay, now men and women marry, men and men marry yourself, women and women marry yourself. We don't have more kids. In Russia, last week the President Putin is really like encouraging the women to have more children, up to 8. Go and read the news and follow what is going on. They are really like encouraging them, giving them vacation, hotel, money, and all the encouragement for them to have more kids. So in Africa, we need to stick with our, will I say, our culture. The truth is, polygamy is very healthy, but we don't know because we don't really see. If you watch people around us, they are practicing it in the right way. Trust me, it's very, very beneficial. What you normally see, right? If a man have a wife and you go and be impregnating women or in every street, you are not doing polygamy. That's madness. I don't call it polygamy. Polygamy is you have this wife, you are legally married to them. You provide for them, you take care of them. You either put them in your own house or wherever. You are responsible for their upkeep, responsible for them. That is when you really do polygamy. Take care of the children. But the caveat here, I'm not saying people should go have children they can't take care of. If you plan to have 10 children, 20 children, please plan and be thinking of, okay, how can I take care of them? Because the financial aspect, you got to look at it. The emotional aspect, you got to look at it. The sexual aspect, like Adama has been complaining, you got to look at it. You should be able to, for example, if you have 2 wives, 3 wives, be like Kebang, then do a lot of gym. You gotta get ready for them. You gotta satisfy their need as well. So it is a very, very good thing. It's not as controversial as people think, but when you take it around religious circle, like in Islam, it's much easier because everything is kind of defined how the process should go, even in terms of inheritance, how it should go. I know, like some people don't. If you are not a Muslim, you don't have this formula how this should go, especially in terms of inheritance. It's also good. Have a will. You have a will and plan how to distribute your property if you have. When you are no more, don't take advantage of. Don't love some children more than the other, or children of one wife more than the other. Try to do justice in terms of distributing the wealth. If you are ready to do polygamy, you really have to plan for it. Is what you see in our society why the issue of side chick is so common is because of this issue. What's the essence of having a side chick? Sometimes have baby mama in every city, and you are not marrying them. Who is gonna marry them? The children need their father, right? The children need their father to play with them, to raise them. So you should plan it. Having side chick outside where you have a wife at home is not polygamy. So if you are a man, be bold. Have discussion with your wife. I need to marry second wife for this reason. Be bold, but this is my plan. Don't worry, I'm gonna take care of you. I'm gonna keep my responsibility with you. But I need to marry a second wife. If you want to marry a second wife, you gotta marry a second wife. So you gotta deal with it. Our fathers, our great grandfathers that were into polygamy, they were not scared of these women. They have discussion with them. If they need to marry more, they tell you they marry two, one, two, three, as the case may be. So I would really like canvas for it in clear terms. I think it should be legalized. I can even pay for a lawyer to get this legalized.
I know that's
Because
what
I
we say.
want
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
because
Thank
I
you.
want all these women everybody to be married and be happy.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, AY. Can we go to Uncle? I just saw. Did you leave?
Adeyel.
Yes, sir. Mr. Obey, can you go ahead now? You're next.
Okay, thank you. Polygamy is an interesting one. Anyway, well, me, I'm a fruit of polygamy, so I know the good and the bad side of it. As a man, if I want to make a child advocate, it's a capital no for me. Yeah, because of my experience. I had a few friends in school who we used to go to their homes, and I saw polygamy there. It was a lot more like, wow, this is interesting. The man married the two wives almost at the same time. They were giving birth at intervals, and they had the same number of children. And he maintained them. And these people, you won't know who is first wife, who is second wife. They were so united. They were so loving. The kids were so safe and secured. The brothers, half sisters, they live like the same father and the same mother gave birth to them. You won't know who is this mother's kid, who is this one. They were so, I don't know how the man did it. Though he had money and he was able to put it together. That was the good side of it. And it was, and nobody doesn't want to emulate it because the women were respectful. The guy was like a lord, but he was up there. All of them were graduates. He trained them. He was in good business. He was in a mortgage business, and he was doing good, But our present situation does not actually have the advantage to run into such situation. Those days it works for us because there was communal effort, But today it takes a lot. Like AY said, that boldness, that madness in you to go and face your wife and tell her that you want to bring a second one. So my own experience was this: when old man brought the second wife to the house, though old man had been a military man anyway, so he was like my mother was already away, So the new wife that is the main wife at home now the family had to gather and not tell her that, man, Pops want to bring another woman, auntie. This is what it is. So friends were trying to convince her that Old man needs it because he's a businessman. He run here and there. He needs to travel with one. One should be at home. There's always a reason why you want to, take an action. The woman reluctantly agreed. At the end of the day, this elegant woman came into the house. A graduate, tall, beautiful, lanky. She felt threatened. She felt unsafe. She managed to stay, and after about a few months, she ran away from the house. So when she ran away, she couldn't take it no more. Old
Okay,
man
I'm
was like,
sorry. Who ran away?
the old wife ran
Okay.
away from the house. So old man now said, try to mediate and do all that. The new one said she cannot stay if that one does not come back. That became a problem. Old man became wifeless at that time. So that that was what happened to old man. So at the end of the day, after some time, the old wife came back, and then the new wife. That was the end of that second marriage. Old man stayed with her alone. By the end of the day, she still ran away towards old man's old age anyway. So same problem. That is what is the advantage of marrying two wives, anyways. So that was my own experience. It was bad. Why? Because the reason for the marriage, at first of all, was because old man felt he had made money. Those days, big man of those days now, he thought maybe there was money and there was a need to have a concubine, and respectfully bring her back home to want to make it an organized home. But he didn't build a bigger house to put the wife, anyways. Or did he arrange situations to make the other woman know that she's safe? So it didn't work out. So as far as I'm concerned, if you look at the population of men to women, I just go it now. It's saying every 1,000, there's a 504 men to 494 women. So the discrepancy is not much for you to be looking for a second wife. People are saying that women are too many. It's a lie. In Nigeria, the population is 110 million over 108 million. Men is 110, women is 108. I don't know where you get statistics from that women are all over the place. It's a lie. Just that if we want to marry ourselves, only about 2-3% is remaining that will be left out. But because people are not marrying these days because of the condition, because of situation, because of the economic downturn, and that is why we are having these issues. There's always a man to a woman. Number one, it is not longer popular because the economic situation is difficult to train. If you want to marry two wives, you must be ready for multiple children now. That is a condition because this one born, this one born. I had a cousin. The man had 14 children because of two wives. 7. It must be equal. So are you going to be having 7 children for school fees of these days and you are working in the Ministry of Education and you are earning 200,000 naira? Stupid. You're not going to do that. So the condition of marrying a second wife is no longer a popular advocacy these days because it doesn't make any sense economically. That means you must be a billionaire. How many people are the millionaire that will have maybe 1% or 2%? Let them marry their wife. So it's still the same problem. So advocating it as a law, you're going to create more problem and more issues. If you are dating and you are dating and you are carrying women and you are doing side chick, you are just a weak man. That's just your own problem.
So you say men that like Ishino, like your back say woman like Ishino Joe. They can't stay one place.
They're weak. It's a weak man that does that.
And Igbo say in Igbo they say they are the gang. And I know to be they can't stay one place.
Everything is not about sex. It's not about the woman.
I need 30 seconds to correct one thing Obe said.
Okay, yes.
I've not finished though. I've not finished.
Let me finish. Go ahead. Finish, Mr. Obe.
As far as I'm concerned, the advantage of it is actually not there today's real world that we are in today. What I think is it's not if it's about sex, that means it's a lie. Because so many people need to understand themselves. Is this sex? How many minutes did they do? How many hours did they do? That will not be a condition of marriage to begin to spread into 1 or 2, 3 wives. How many minutes? How many hours? What time do you have to even plan for the family or even run the job you're doing or run the business you are doing or do other things that you need to do shopping? Now you will give birth to 3 wives. Baba, you can't do vacation again. You know that.
Please don't even bring that into this conversation because a banger in Equatorial Guinea had time. He had
stupid. That is stupid man having sex in the office. That's a wayward stupid man. That's
not a lie. Need to stop this now. Listen,
that is not a lie.
Women are not complaining.
That is no. That is not the reality of life. That's what I'm saying. That is just an extremist person that is trying to do nonsense, But that's not an extreme. That's an extreme.
No, but Mr. Obe, you need to realize this thing that just because some men do have a low sex drive, doesn't
Yeah.
mean it's the same for every man.
Yeah.
People like AB that wants to marry a banker, a nurse, and this, you can see he's a very greedy person. And
Yeah.
that one, you can tell he can't stay one place. People like AY, they have 4 wives, they can maintain it. They have the strength. People like Forefather, they have 5 wives, they have the strength, they can maintain it.
Yeah.
Electricity has 5 wives, he can maintain it, even though he's a pastor, he wants to legalize it because the Bible, so they know themselves. So
Yeah.
for you who doesn't like that stress, you're speaking on behalf of men like you that are low maintenance, they don't want
Yeah,
to.
lazy man. Let
You
me
dey
say
craze.
this,
Lazy man
Irube.
waiting. Lazy man
Okay, let
waiting.
me
What do you mean
say
by
this,
lazy man?
Obi.
Lazy
Okay,
man waiting.
there is something you said there. You said this statement that women are more than men. Let me tell you this.
I
The
just go
active,
it oh.
hold on. Let me explain to you. The active class of women, the active married class, is actually between 20 years and 40 years. Do you know the number of women in that cycle? Do you understand it? The active class of men for marriage is from 45 up to 70. They are
Yeah.
all in the street.
Mm-hmm.
Apart from the percentage that are married. Do you understand those numbers?
What's
When I
what's
tell
the meaning
you,
of
hold
active
on,
women marrying? What's the meaning of that? You mean the one that will give birth, as in
that is
foreign
married
before?
class. Yes, in terms
Okay.
of birth, right?
Okay. Okay.
That is where the men that want to marry pick from. More 90% of the time, that is
Yeah.
where they look into. We
Yes.
need to understand this number, and don't forget the
Please,
mortality.
Mr. Obe,
The
don't
mortality
if
rate.
you're listening to AY, you're
Hold on,
listening to
Adama.
him at your
The
own risk.
mortality rate of men is way
Yeah.
higher than women. Men die faster than women. So the women that are widow, how many men have you seen? Oh, they are wife. That you see more women. Oh, she lost her husband. She lost her husband. These women, they are there. They need to get married again. They're not gonna stay single. So the number is high up there. We need to help these women. Let every woman have a
AY, thank
husband.
you. We know you want to help the women. Thank you
Helper.
so much. Thank you.
Helper.
Yes, thank you. Can we go to Jude?
I
Jude,
don't know tire for me.
Jude, could you please unmute? Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for adding me. Okay, so yeah, my submission is that in time of stability, when when things are kind of under control, the economy is under control. You can make predictions. There's a lot of organization. Then the Eurocentric monogamy, will be like the in thing, because for me it's more of like trying to just put order and organization. But if you want to revert to our primal state as primal creatures, the way we've been for thousands of years, then polygamy is just, that's who we are. I don't. So my great grandfather was polygamous. So it was my grandfather who was the first person who was monogamous, because he became a Christian. Like some of the speakers have said, in times of war, so apart from men just having higher mortality, when you have like a massive wide scale war, something like World War II, World War One, they kill off so many men. The proportion of men to women significantly downsizes. Now, will you come there and say, oh, so you can't get a ratio of 1 man to 1 woman? It doesn't work. And a society that wants to ensure continuity, it would be okay for the surviving males to father children with the women. Now, will you want to do it out of wedlock? It's not good. It's okay for them to get married. So when you have catastrophes like that, you now see the sense of why polygamy is fine. Now, I used to teach, in the US here, I studied African American community, and I did some teaching at the school level with the kids, and you could see like the devastating effect of the absence of their fathers. So as a black male, when I go in there, they all gravitate towards me. They want to come to the black kids, and so in my brain was like, but how do you give a father to all of these kids? So it means you need a husband to their mothers, and then many of the black men are in jail. Because when you come to the African American community, it's something else. It's not like maybe in Nigeria. The statistics is like so many men are in jail or can't get a job. And then you now say marrying is a crime. But these same men have several baby mamas. So after thinking about this, I really struggled with this because I was a Christian, I'm a Christian. I struggled with this. I was like, but how do you fix this? This because you don't have these fathers, you have these boys turn out to be monsters, you have the high school to prison pipeline. So I came to a point where I was like, nah, it's wrong. You need men, it's okay for the men to marry multiple women. If they can have multiple baby mamas, then it's okay for them to marry multiple women. And then naturally, women gravitate towards men who have everything together. So if a man has resources, has wealth, has power, 10 women will tangle, they will go along with him. They don't care. That's natural. We all know that. A man who has everything, a girl that is so young, doesn't have anything, will go and submit herself to him. Why not become his wife? I have so many married friends. I know so many Christians. They are not monogamous. They are married to a woman, but they keep sleeping with other women. So I told them, you guys are hypocrites. Why do you sleep with these other girls? And then who's going to marry them? Why not just say, okay, I'm open to marry these other girls and marry them, So I understand that if you're a woman and and you're educated and the world we live in currently and presently, it's more decent, more it's fanciful to say, oh, that's my man. I want to go to church with him. I want to go to party. It's for me. It's for me. But when you revert to our primal nature, then
You guys
men
can stay
want
with more than one person.
men want as many women as they can get. Yeah, that's who we are. That's who we are. Yeah, yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jude. Mr. Ike, welcome back. Could you please unmute, sir? You're next.
Sorry, my internet went away, but I'm back.
No, you're okay, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, for me personally, I do not support the legalization of polygamy. You know, I think that every one of us are speaking from the perspective of what most of us are speaking with what people want to hear, but we're not trying to be realistic and honest to it. Um, I remember when we were growing up, right? As bachelors, as young men, we felt that having so many girlfriends is a kind of a sign of macho man, right? But I remember that my mother will always tell you that um, they are the same thing. And eventually, you don't believe that. But as time goes on, I, uh, you begin to realize and understand that whatever you see in Cecilia is what you see in Caroline. It all depends on the mindset. It all depends on your quest for what you want. It all depends on your idea of being contented with what you have. Like what we're talking about is like riches of this world. There are people that are not satisfied with what they have. They want to have more, even though you want to have more. But you first of all have to appreciate what you have first. Then you can work to have more. But you see, the world we live today is not like that. So I think that any responsible man who lived a bachelorhood life should know that one man, one wife is the best marital life that you can have. We all come from Africa, from Igbos and Yorubas. We have seen so many families that are polygamous in nature. We have seen so many things that happen in those families, as what we ourselves can experience among us. Even the so-called, somebody was giving an example of Moshood Abiola. You can see the family of Abiola, they in peace? No, there are crises in the family. The family is not one. They are killing themselves with the properties of their father. So I don't see what joy do you drive in it. So for me, personally, I think that we men should be able to culture ourselves. You train yourself, you train your mindset, and you make sure that you keep to your wife because it is your wife, right? So I don't think that whether you have mama baby or whatever you people call it, or extramarital affairs or whatever it is called. I don't think normally that is normal. If you know what you don't give to your wife, why do you have to give it to somebody else? And if there is something that your wife doesn't give you, you make her to know that. You sit down with your wife, discuss that, and let her begin to give you that takes you to go to somewhere else. So I think we have to, in the present day that we live, we should be able to, the men should be able to culture themselves and be satisfied with what you have. Because when you marry your wife, you married your wife that she was a beautiful woman. And as time goes on in life and in age, you should continue to see your wife or your husband as still the standard woman who was so beautiful when you went for her as for a wife, right? So, but at the end of the day, we men conclude, oh, yeah, she's old now, right? But I think that if it is for, like my brother was talking, the last two speaker before I started, no, the second last speaker before I spoke, he was asking, is it not sex? Is it not, how many hours do you do, how many hours do you have sex? I mean, is it a competition? Is your wife? You need it anytime she's available for you. But also you have to create the environment of, you have to create that environment for your wife to be in a position to give it to you at any time you want it. Because you have to value your wife also. She has to know that she's loved. She has to know that she's not a sex toy. She needs to know that she's part of this relationship, that the relationship is not about sex, right? And so I think that this idea of our forefathers and our cultures and traditions, yeah, I'm not gonna go fight anybody who want to have more than one wife. But for me personally, I don't support the legalization of polygamy. Look at what is happening in Nigeria. Look at so many young boys and girls in the street. You know, look at the boys that are fatherless and motherless in the street. Even where we live in this Western world, it's the same thing. I live in a very small, beautiful island, but you see a lot of children on the street growing without their father. Their mother has growing with a single mother who probably can't afford to, take care of the kids, and she end up, sleeping with one man to another. At the end of the day, if that is that joy that she is looking for, she cannot get it. That security she is looking for, she doesn't have it. So I think that it is something of the mind. A man should be able to culture you. A man who is married, when you are married, you should be able to culture yourself. Because for me personally, when I was a bachelor growing up in school, we were thinking we were enjoying ourselves. That's what we look at it. How many girlfriends you have, and we think we were trying to be, macho. We're trying to be a man. But my mother told me, listen, when you go to marry a wife, you open your two eyes. But when you officially get married, you close one of your eyes. And I believe that. And I believe in that principle. And that I tell you, that what has kept me and my family and my marriage together. Because every one of us has our own weaknesses. But men do not want to recognize their weaknesses for the fact that God has given us as the head of the family, right? Does not necessarily mean we don't have our weaknesses. We have our weaknesses as men, and we should be able to recognize that, because your wife and your wife is you. The two becomes one. There is nothing that is secret between you and your wife. So you can be able to, express yourself to your wife. It is only when you are afraid to express what you're going through to your wife. Is it better for me to go outside and begin to tell somebody who I know, no matter how you think that you trusted your friend or a family member, they can still, at the end of the day, they are the same people who is going to make jest and make fun of your life. So I think it is we men should be able to train our heart. We men should be able to love our wives. We men should be able to understand that it doesn't have a meter. There is no reading. It doesn't read. It's the same thing. Whether it's Joy, whether it's Francisca, whether it doesn't matter how we claim how she give it to you or your wife give it to you. You can make your wife also to give it to you the way your so-called mama baby or your so-called chicks outside are giving it to
No,
you.
it's called baby. It's called baby mama.
Mr. Ake, baby mama is not polygamy. Let's put
No,
that
yeah.
straight.
I know.
Baby
I'm
mama
coming.
is not polygamy.
Why you told me you were going to sleep? I know that it's not polygamy, right?
Thank you,
I'm
sir,
not
for
saying that it's
reminding me.
polygamy. But
Ewa
you
is
see,
Zoike. Ewa is Zoike.
Ewa, are you the one snoring?
see, if I
No,
come
no, no,
back
no,
to
no.
the
It's his background. It's his background.
if I come back to
it's
the
not me.
issue of the
It's not you.
polygamy, I gave you an example. A man, I gave you a
I think his internet dropped.
Oh, his internet dropped. Yeah, I
Yeah.
wanted to tell him that. So I
Okay,
don't know
can
why
you hear
people
me now?
miss.
Yes, I can hear him. Ewa, he can hear. We can hear him.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir. Finish up, sir. Thank you.
So
Round up.
I'm not speaking what I'm speaking based on the baby mama, but I am speaking on the base of the polygamy because I have to. We have to be honest. Do we really understand what family is all about? God started the creation of this world with family, so God put a lot of emphasis on the family. And if you think that God, who made it that we should be able to have a family, a nucleus of a family that is united, how many of those polygamous family that you think that are united the way a family is supposed to be? Because somebody gave an example. There are people in those polygamous family you see. Oh, he loves Mama Chid more than the way he loves Mama Emeka. If Mama Emeka happens to have a
Thank
new
you, sir.
rapper, if Mama Emeka happens to have a new rapper, Mama Chid will begin to get angry with the husband. You bought a new rapper for Mama Chid. What of my own? So there are so many, and the children. If you don't have a good family, if you don't have a good father, if those women are not good mothers, they poison the minds of their children against their children. The same blood that is running in the vein of everybody. And it becomes a problem for the man to be able to manage his home because already the women that he's supposed to control as a wife or have respect as a wife, they have taken a position. Oh, this is my children. Oh, it's not my children. What I'm going to do for this, I'm not going to do this. At the end of the day, family is in problem because of the idea of a man is trying to show that he's a man. Somebody who spoke first said that at the in those days, many years back, it was because of famine that a lot of men who has a lot of farm, yam ban and other things, they want to marry.
Yeah, that was Wally. That was Wally. Yes, sir. Yes,
so
sir.
that they
Thank
can
you.
be able to get, so that they can be able to have a lot of children to go to farm. That is exactly part of the fact. 85% is true. But in reality, it's not based on love because, listen, we cannot say because we see people that are doing it is normal. For me personally, my personal opinion, I do not think that legalizing polygamy is good for anybody. So
Thank
for
you.
me, respect for your wife, respect for that one wife that you have. She gave you everything, and you should ready to give your wife everything. That's the way the wife that carried your children. You should be able to take her to be anything, everything. When you go outside and see a woman outside, and you're thinking that she's more beautiful than your wife, remember from where you begin. Remember from your beginning. When you go back home, look at your wife and say, there is no beautiful woman anywhere in the world to be compared with my wife.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Having multiple wives does not mean you don't respect others, though.
Oh,
So,
I know. Thank you. Thank you. Can we hear Aminoko? Aminoko, while you're answering that, I want you to answer this question Electricity posted. Electricity said, if you have a wife in another country and one where you're because of papers, does that make it polygamy? Like having a wife in another country, like where you're staying, and having one in Nigeria, does that mean it's polygamy? So Aminoko, could you please answer that question and speak to the topic? Thank you.
All right. Greetings, everybody, to the panelists and the listeners. This is a very interesting topic. And, I would like to also render my own submissions. But first and foremost, I want to salute AY. The
Hey, Miloko. Yes, so give me my flower, man. No my talk where my flower.
What are you saluting AY for? As in, I don't even get it.
you know, is the proponent of this polygamy up here now. Now in domain be that. Anyway, well, to answer what Mr. Onyekro pasted the question, I would say that once you are legally married, I think for most of the laws I've known about marriage, and it is polygamous. And if you are married in one country, it doesn't matter if you go another country. You are married, because I believe for you to even get to the visa of that particular country you are in, you would have stated clearly that you are married. And you have to follow the law of that country. So I don't think that, I think that is against the law. That is something that can be penalized for. That you're married elsewhere. You have a wife. It is a general principle everywhere. I have a wife, even though she's not here with me. You can't be married somewhere else against another person. So I think that is it. Except if in that country it is legal to have more than one wife. That's fine. So I think that is the dynamics of that. But for what I've seen so far, I think marriages are usually monogamous. So it would be wrong to go to somewhere else and marry. Usually, I know in some places they try to divorce their wives first and then go to other countries and marry again. At least officially, there's no record that this person is married any longer. Then fine, maybe from there they know how to work their way back around it. At least they are dancing around the gray areas of the law, which is fine. So, but to just have a wife at home and say you are not married and go marry elsewhere and doing the proper wedding and all doing the legal requirements, wow, that one will be big trouble. Okay, so that's it. So on the topic itself, if polygamy should be legalized, I will say that I think I'm in the middle. And my take
which one is in the middle? Which one is middle?
Yes, meaning that I am not for or against it, actually. I don't know how the society really weaves around it. Reason being that I have argument for both sides. And that's why I'm in the middle about it. Looking at the present world we are in, the number of marriageable women to marriageable men, that ratio, I think is quite, I don't know, maybe, but I feel like it's quite huge. And if that is the case, I think we have capable men who can really have principles and can hold more than one wife, that everybody will be happy. I think we have men like that who can be fair in their judgments. And those kind of men, why they might not be in a lot of them, but you have them. And they can hold their polygamous homes respectfully, that every woman respects each other, every children loves themselves, and you can't really find where there is division among them. It happens. But how many are they? So for those people, I wouldn't want us to restrict their capabilities in that regard. So I feel, why not? But usually with men, there's always this sense of one is more prioritized than the other. And if that is the case, then what will be the outcome of that family? Especially if you are now the man that's looking at it normally, you can't provide more than your one family. You can't provide more. I mean, if you get what I'm trying to say, that you don't have the capacity like that to provide for more than what you already have, then there's no need to just go and now divide that resources again and begin to share amongst people, whereas the resource is not even sufficient to train what you already have. So in that regard, you realize that it doesn't make any sense. So I would rather say, okay, let me say maybe if I lean towards legalizing polygamy, then I would say that maybe we should have strong laws that ensures that if you are going to have more than one wife, you should show proof that you can take care of them. And if you can show proof that you can take care of them, that's fine. And that proof must come from maybe your tax remittances, your revenue generation, all those things that show that, okay, at least at this level, this man says he can do this, and we have seen it, and that is what is going to happen. That is only the time that you can really give in and say, okay, let's go with that. So if that can be done, fine. For those who have qualifications, look at the Okoyas, look at the you want to tell me that these people can't handle women and handle them well, you see, they will be happy. So for those set of people, I believe that you shouldn't limit them, actually, in my opinion, to have more than one wife, so far that they can take care of them well. But for many guys that they only have the Ekonga tool and nothing else, there's no need to go get more than one wife, because you should be responsible enough to take care of your family first. And if that is what you can do, then that's fine. Take care of your family. You should not be given the chance to marry more than one. So on that would be my submission. If there's any
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Amy. Gerard, can you please unmute? Welcome to the show, you're next. Hello, can you hear me? Yes, you're next. Could you please speak? Thank you. Welcome to the show. Gerard, you're next. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Gerard, can you hear me? Could you please unmute? Am I pronouncing your name wrong? I'm sorry if I am. Yeah, could you please unmute your next to speak? Thank you. Welcome to the show. What do you have to say?
Maybe his network is not good. It's like it's coming, it's trying to unmute and it's going against or something is happening.
Okay, let's have our final submission. Uncle Janaba, what is your final submission before we end this segment? So what is your final submission on the whole topic of what we discussed today? Thank you.
Thank you, my sister. Final submission is a lot that goes into this polygamy of a thing. So if you have too much of stuff, money, one can knock better than the other, then compensation of the one that doesn't knock well. In outside language, they say, Bami Berimbuga. Those Berimbuga one, what do you do? So it's a lot of things that goes on there, because you can, and it's also sometimes can be a good healthy competition in polygamous home. And if you raise them well, they also become a standard that people can reference to. And it's just like any other thing in this life. If you do well, whatever you are doing, whether you are a mechanic, whether you are a pastor, whether you are a doctor, and you do well in it, people will always reference you that you do well. So I think polygamy work well for some people, and some people it will not work well. And for those that can make it work, I don't have a problem with them. I'm a product of polygamy, and we don't even use the word stepsister, stepbrother. And you will not even know the difference. So I don't have a problem with it. But
thank
as
you.
I'm married to someone like Ada and Tokwe, I can't try it.
Uncle John, I don't know why you're referencing me. I don't know what. But I'll take it. Amy, what is your final statement? What is your
All right.
final submission?
My final submission is that if the government is to legalize polygamy, they should make sure that there are a lot of control around it, such that those who are polygamous must be capable enough and more than enough to take care of the number of wives that they have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. AY, you're next. What is your final submission?
My final submission, right? So I kind of agree with what Emma said. People should be capable before going to polygamy, financially, physically, emotionally. They should be capable. But the big thing is, we gotta fight for it if we have to fight so that our men can marry more of our women, so they don't roam on the street. Be a man. Don't make baby mama make children you don't even see maybe once in a year. Do polygamy instead. Be strong. Be a man. Take care of your family. Don't worry. Work hard. The money will come to take care of them. So the women, all of you should embrace it. It is
No,
a
AY,
good
that
thing.
is where we might really go
It
again.
is
AY,
the best
you can't say
option.
AY.
Yes,
AY,
boss.
you can't say work at the money will come. Before you must be polygamy, the money must have been
Be
there.
ready. Yes, I agree. I agree. Yeah, I agree. So I support it 100%. Like I said, I'm willing to pay a lawyer to fight for this.
Yes, we know. We know
So I
that.
want to help our people. Thank you.
Mhm. Thank you so
Wow.
much.
Alan, you they ready to help?
Yes, so
Uncle Ike, what is your final submission, sir? Uncle
My
Ike, can you hear me? Yes,
Yeah,
sir. Thank you, sir.
my final submission remains that AY, my brother, is talking.
Oh, I think his network, right?
Hey, his network. Oh, Uncle Ike, are you back? Yes, I think he's back. Go ahead.
So yeah, my brother AY was talking about and the Miloko, you have to have material things before you can go into polygamy. Listen, we have to be honest ourselves. Material things does not mean true love, because when those things that are things you can see, when they vanishes away, the love goes away, because when that love is not there, everything you have is meaningless, because those things, material things you have, you think that is not going to vanish. Where is Abiola's
Love
love?
that scam. Love that scam.
Let me
Love
finish.
not anywhere.
Let me
Love
just
that
finish
scam.
before you can interject. Where is the wealth and all the billions of Abiola? Where are they today? Where are those money?
Are they suffering? Are those children suffering now?
That's what you think. They are not suffering financially, but emotionally and love. They are suffering. It's not about are they suffering. Which kind of suffering? You have money. A lot of people, a lot of us today, you want to make money, but after making the money, you go inside the house, you have no peace in your heart. Which kind of money is that? So what I'm trying to say in the issue we are talking about is those material things that you think that is the essence of having a polygamous family is things that can vanish anytime. And when it goes away, those women you think you're trying to help, they have to go to look for somebody else. So I think that the best thing that we have to do is to love your wife, maintain your wife, maintain the children that God has given you. If I've given you more than enough, every other child is your children, whether they're in the street, whether they're your family. Every other child should be your child if you're in a position to give them a better life. Thank you and God bless you.
So
thank you so much.
Dr. Adama.
Yes.
Doctor, what about those rich women that don't need all those statutory change? They only need gamma. What about
Thank you. That's my submission.
Okuaba.
Wale, you're next. Wale, can you pick up from the question Uncle Janaba asked?
No, Uncle Janaba is my senior. He will be the one to answer that too. Let me go to my own conclusion, I beg. Before Uncle Janaba will come and put me for trouble. Anyways, there's this.
Wale, not 2 minutes man in the bedroom. Don't answer it.
Ojaba, do you know you are the one that always make me want to this platform? I always got to do your submission. Anyway, um, there's this saying that they always say, as you lie your bed, as you lay your bed, you lie on. Okay, like everybody has submitted. What faces Emilokon might turn his back to AY, and I might be facing the same face. So we all come in different. We all face different challenges in life. How we tackle it might be different, with different solution to different problem. So it's not one size fit all. What I would probably say is, if you find yourself in a very difficult situation, Yoruba will say tó bá kọjú sí ẹ kó ta, tó bá kọ̀yìn sí ẹ kó ta, tó bá kú ọ nìkan kò tèrò ara ẹ̀ pa. What that means is, if it's like a battlefront. If it faces you, face it. If it turns back to you, back it. When it's you only, ask yourself deep down, self-reflect. What is in there for you? What is the advantage and disadvantage? By the time you weigh the option, make a decision. So, in this matter, street is not smiling. No, all my uncles that are talking about how it used to be good behavior. You see those girls out there these days and those boys, the way they are destroying yesterday, today, and tomorrow, you'll be shocked. So, for those who have children, try your best, train them all, and when they bring someone home, check and verify properly. Don't get carried away, otherwise, kasala go burst. And when it bursts, it's not going to be only them. It will affect the father and the grandfather and the children unborn as well. So let's do our own part to make our family better. Otherwise, now the person will get the wahala, go carry am o. Good night.
Thank you
Before I
for
forget,
your final. Yeah,
if we
go ahead.
say sorry, before we say it's not my business, let's look at our society today. Those kids that they have no father or mother, they are roaming about the street. They will come and impregnate our own trained children. So let's do our own part to make sure that at least the society is safe. Because one day, it might bite us as well. Because this scam they call love. Especially girls falling in love with the boys that before you know it, they will become a big baby father.
Thank you so much, Wale. Mr. Obe, your final submission, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I think it's obvious that the disadvantage is quite more than the advantages of this ideology of marriage. A typical home, as you say, is even more difficult, even it's very difficult to even maintain, talk less of this whole of distractions. Number one, if you indulge into polygamy, the standard one, you deny the family a lot of things. Can you pack 12, 10 children to vacation? People who does that thing, look at their life, they cannot vacate with the family.
Mr.
Most
Obi,
of, I say 99.9% cannot. They cannot vacate with their family.
See
There's no
excuse.
family. Let me talk. There's no family value at that level. You deny the family a lot of things. I have a friend who had, about 4, 5 kids. Only one trip to America, he almost got broke. He can't come back again. You understand? But me that had 2 children, I can always go in and out every time because of my limited sources and because we're colleagues. I know our income. He couldn't make it. Today, I think if you indulge in it, you will deny the family a lot of values that you're supposed to get. Number two, look at children who are involved in court in Benin or anywhere in Nigeria. Look at their home where they come from. Always from broken home, always from polygamous home. A man, one woman, one wife, children. 99.9% of them will not be found among those ones. They are always the wayward children out
That
there.
is not correct, Obe.
I'm very, very correct because I'm talking from my own locality now. You understand exactly what it is. So the standard of life for a one man, one woman with a standard family is much more less riskier in the societal value than the open-ended one. That's what I think it is. And I think if we say let us
guide the rules around it, how many people will be able to afford it? Maybe 1%. So it still not solve the problem of population that we're talking about. It
But is
doesn't
it not
solve the
better than
problem.
baby
How
mama?
many people are Biola's standard? We're talking of Abiola wealth. Abiola is extremely rich. That's a billionaire when billionaires were not 1, 2, 3 in Nigeria. Compare Abiola with for the rich person. Abiola today can always be poor for life. You're talking of other downtrodden people who the father have 1 or 2 million, 1 or 2, 3 million naira that want to indulge in it and get broke and put the family into a deep hole. That's what we're talking about. Abiola own is extremely rich. Those can handle it. But not many of us can if we make it a rule or a standard or a law. That's my position. And I think it's clear. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Uncle KJ, you're next. Thank you. Your final summation, sir.
Thank you so much. I've had enough for this evening. I would just say that one of the mistakes that I am, well, see, for me, one wife is even too much. I heard the neighbor saying that the man is 2 minutes man. 2 minutes too much, 50 seconds.
Oh my God.
Look, I not come this world to spend the whole of my time inside inside such
It's okay.
and I have the truth is this. Since I was dating till I got married, I never had a that I didn't, you see, as you see me, so I don't like wahala at all. So I didn't get to the point of having girlfriends all around. And my late father used to be, he used to tell me that you don't use 5 girlfriends, 10 girlfriends to take title in the village. So people just do that and waste their time. So I took that in very early. And so I'm content. However, I do not begrudge anybody who decides to have more than one. I actually have been toiling with that idea of saying maybe it should be legalized. Not legalized now. The church should go and sit down, probably have another, think about it to help, help out. It's better to have more polygamy than to have, all this nonsense they're coming up with right now. If that would solve the problem, since the church is supposed to be an ecclesia, meaning a body of lawmakers, we should equally sit down and make law for our members to say, look, if this is going to solve this nonsense that is going on now, we should equally allow people now to, have more than one wife if they can handle it. For me, I just like a peaceable life. I don't want, and I think one woman is, you guys know what I'm talking about. I'll give you a clear example of my home. This morning, my wife was telling me something about, she was telling me a story, how she was happy about the story. I said, okay. She was still looking at me like, yes. I said, yeah. He said, but you're not saying it. I said, yes, because I've already answered you. He said, but you're not asking me how did I manage? Was I able to move this way? Was I able to do that? What? I said, madam, I not be woman. Now women go ask all those, what's the color of the dress? What's the color of the shoe? No, I don't have that patience. Since you told me the story, I agree with the story. So that's me, and I think that's how many other men are out there. Sometimes the way you guys see things are different from the way we see it. And so for me, one person is even too much. It's too much of a handle for me than to even think of another. However, I believe society should be better off if people are allowed to not help, but be able to accommodate more, in a normal marriage situation, instead of having women and men and men or whatever. You can see that the craziness of the world is going to a point. I don't know what a man would admire in that man. I mean, for me, it's what are you going to admire, by the way? Anyway.
KJ, thank you, Joe.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Uncle KJ. AY, your final summation, sir.
Okay. So, like, I want to what will be said now, right?
You're always after my issues. This man.
Hold on. Courtesy. I am from polygamous home. I never participated in courtesy. I have friends, people I know that were leader in court. They were from single home. This is not
1 or 2. It's not the population. 1 or 2.
Hold on.
Come on.
In Nigeria, as a case study, Northerners have more multiple wives. The courtesan, the rate of courtesy in the North is far less than what we have in the South. In the South, courtesan is all the region in the South. South, Southeast, Southwest. This is the den of courtesan in Nigeria. So how come that the courtesan is so prevalent? So let's not put out information that are not correct.
That was just an example. It's not
Hold on.
just an example.
What Mr. KJ said now,
Why?
right?
Religious fanaticism is also a kind of cultism.
Exactly. So now, hold on. What Mr. KJ said now, right? We gotta also look at it from that point. Is it better for men to go into polygamy, or for men to marry men, for women to marry women? Which is better? Which is a lesser evil? So I will say I will 100% stick to polygamy than go into that nonsense.
But it's not going to will it affect each other?
Huh?
Will it affect each other?
Those are two different ideologies now.
So it will affect each other in the sense that when you go the other way, you are reducing the population on Earth. So hold on, it's true now. It's a fact.
Yeah. So gay man go say yes. They don't marry. I know get your point too.
Because they can't produce children, right? So they are just gonna be there wasting people's time, wasting what they were giving birth to. That is why they have to also give birth. So people are dying, older people are dying. So you need more people to occupy the head surface, right? So apart from that, like I also said, this is kind of a way. Look at it. Another strong point, right? It's actually better for men if they have the capability, the financial capability, the emotional, the physical, to have multiple wives than giving birth to children they don't know, making baby mamas everywhere, making children that they don't even care about. But it's more responsible men having 2-3 wives at home, taking care of them, representing them as the leader of the home, raising good children.
Good night, everybody. I'm going to party with my wife. Make I go do mother. Yeah.
No problem, Uncle John. Thank you for coming,
Thank you. Good to have you
Enjoy
guys.
your weekend, sir.
Please, AY, send a check to the baby mamas.
That's why I don't support those baby mamas. So
you sure you don't get?
Hold on, people like Tope and that from today they need to spread the gospel and encourage the women. If you have opportunity, marry a second wife. It's okay. You got to live a good life. Look for men that are capable, that can do it. That man will be just the form my hand, Joe. Okay. Okay, boss.
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, thank you so much.
God.
Mr. Obe, you have something else you wanted to say? Go ahead.
Oh boy, I tried that for a while. The truth of it is that the standard of life that you want for yourself determines what you want to do. It basically, some of us have an ideology of the home that we want to make. So this ideology of carrying 2 wives, whatever, not crown. Now, at the end of the day, you can't enjoy a lot of things. You deny the children a lot of things. Holiday is gone from that family. Then there are so many things you can do, or you be rationally holiday. Today you go with it, tomorrow you go with that. Come on now, there are so many things that you give up on when you go into those such decisions. Not that it's not good to depopulate the system or help the women out or let the women understand that it's what you want to try. Like for me, I want to try it, but to my head, it's going to be a lot of things to give up, to give the way. And I'm not ready to give them up because you don't enjoy life. How many life are you going to live that you'll be having 10, 20 children or having 4, 6, 8 children because you want to do polygamy? Come on now. I think today economic availability of our income is actually a limiting factor. Even if you think you are okay now, do you know tomorrow? You can just fall sick tomorrow and everything dies. You're not the master of tomorrow. How much have you invested that you think one woman is no longer enough for you that you want to put a second one into the system. You know, because if you marry a second wife, for example, now the family will depend solely on you because you think that you have so much capacity. The woman will not work again. You have to pay all the bills. You expect the woman to go and work for you and come back to woman contributing in the home that you marry a second wife. You better never be joking. That means everything will be on you 100%. At the end of the day, you crash everybody down. Why? Because you will not be overworked, except maybe you already stabilized, you have an already income, you already worth about 1 million per day. Then you know that, oh, you're sure, that's what you can stand, you can't fall. You know, you have a backbone, you know. But people who are living by paychecks, you know, you're able to keep $10,000 in your account, that's all you have. And you think to marry second wife is the next thing in your head, or have one in Africa, or have one in America, all those kind of nonsense. You know, it's all bullshit. At the end of the day, you'll be under pressure. You have to be traveling to satisfy the other one. Whenever you leave, I don't know what she's doing there. How are you going to run it? Come on. So to me, it's a lot of trouble. It's a lot of disadvantages, and there's no advantage in it apart from pussy. How you cannot do that? Come on. Thank
Abema,
you.
I have my point. Let me just quickly make this.
Thank you so much. Uncle, who is talking? Uncle KJ, are you talking?
Amy.
Amen. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Amen.
All right. If we go by the question of the program of the session itself, which is should polygamy be legalized, like LGBTQ plus? For me, the answer is yes. It should be, but there should be a lot of control, a lot of legal framework within that will ensure that if you want to be polygamous, you should have the capacity to do that. That's it. So if you don't want to be, then it is left for you to be your monogamous, to be your monogamous self.
How do you define capacity?
Capacity is capacity legally. Can you take care of your children?
Define.
Wait, can you take care of your children that they are not liabilities to the system? That is capacity. There are some people that can do that fine.
Amy, I quite don't agree with you. In a society we have now where women are working, so what do you mean capacity solely on the men? If you're going to take out multiple wives, shouldn't you be taking out wives that are going to work independent? They can take care of the home even
Adama,
when
that's
you're
a
not
sharp
there.
point. That's a good point. You get brain. That is
That is,
intelligent, man.
but the
That's a
thing is
good
that
point.
the thing is that I wouldn't if I'm part of the legal committee to design a framework for that, I wouldn't consider that as my reason why it should be. The man must prove to me. That is it. If it now means that maybe the women they will have to come together, form a corporation, and make the man the chairman of that corporation and put their monies there to support him to achieve that dream, all fine and good.
That's for them.
The man must show capacity to do that
Capacity.
because it's the one that wants to be polygamous. The women will not say, I want to be polygamous and go and marry another wife for their husband. No.
Then you have to start defining that capacity to us now. How do we define capacity? That's what I'm saying. What's the definition of capacity? Money?
I have
Is
explained.
it
I just
money?
said the
No.
capacity is when you have the ability to make sure you take care of your children with the
And you
standard.
can define
But
that
Emiloko,
capacity
what do
before
you
you get
mean
married.
take care of the children? Do you mean take care of the children
Akaya.
financially? Like if you want to talk, let's not talk in the area of back in the days. Let's talk about the current state where women are working, doing a lot. So talk about the present state. If a lot of women are in polygamous relationships who are hardworking, graduates, and they know the man they are in this relationship with.
Adama, if you look at the way women marry usually, a lot of women marry up the ladder. You get my point? So looking at that, that is like the baseline for me. Of course, we have quite a number of exceptions where you have the people you are talking about that they are capable of handling themselves, and those kind of people. Do you think they want to be polygamous? The only reason they want to be polygamous is that maybe there's something they want to gain from that marriage, which is to marry up. For example, now, if you're a medical doctor and you see a kind of Okoya Tomo, or you see a kind of Dangote, you're already married, but you want to marry them. It's not you get the point. There's a reason for doing that now. So you are so in that regard, no big deal. But
No. Emiloko, I quite don't agree with you because you know why I say that, and I want to define myself. What I mean is we are all in different stages. I asked when I was in my 20s compared to the way I
I'm not. I can't hear you. What are you saying? I'm not. I
She
can't hear
went
you. What are
off.
you saying?
She went off. Yeah, she went
Okay.
off. She'll come back. She went off.
So,
Yeah, she went off.
Obe, as you asked me, you
Obe,
said,
as
what
you
is that
asked me,
definition?
what is that definition?
The definition is
The
that the
definition is
man
that the
must show
man must show
capacity
capacity
financially
financially
to
to
marry
marry.
more
Please, if
than
you
one
are
wife.
not speaking, please mute your mic, please.
Okay.
Successful women want men they want to do a lot of things with. It's not necessarily money. Someone they want to keep company, they can be able to do a lot of things with. So that's what the aspect I want you to speak on.
And yeah, you see that aspect, Adama, is not stopping this. They are totally different in my opinion, sincerely speaking. They are kind of mutually exclusive. You look, this world, we have a lot of people. So there's no way you cage everybody into one box. Some women are, look at Madame Luke, for example. She doesn't want a polygamy, whatever. She wants to be on her own. If you are going to come and meet her as as a man, and from there move on. You can see those kind of people, and there are a lot of them like that. Do you want to box them into the box? Do you want to box them into polygamy or monogamy? No, you can't do that. But for some people, there are a lot of people that will thrive in the polygamy system.
But Emiloko, that's exactly what I'm saying. Those men that are coming to meet her, they come at her place of comfort, and you go.
Yes.
She's a woman that is established. That's what I'm trying to speak. A lot of these women are established, are in the comfort of their home. So what do you say to women like that?
I'm not stopping those women from designing their own way of life, from having it the way they feel to have it. So far that it is within the ambient of the law. I don't think there's any law that says a woman can't stay on her own and have a man, and then depending on the way she wants to live her life. There's no law that is breaking that. You get the point. But what we are talking about is for people who want to utilize polygamy system. That's what this topic is all about. It's not maybe we have polygamy, we are putting down others. No. Others will also thrive in their own way, the way they want it. But some people that will enter into this particular polygamy system, they want it that way. We should have a law for them as well, so that they can do things the right way, that we can have a good society. That is the vision here. And if that is the case, then we must make sure that what are the measures for a polygamy system to thrive. It's not that you can just say, oh, because I'm a man, I want to be polygamous. No, you don't say that. That is the problem we have in Nigeria. That's why we have a lot of poverty all around. Because a lot of people are like, hey, I be man, so I can give anybody belly, and so from there. No. For you to be polygamous, you must show signs that you are capable. And you must, by law, be capable. The moment you are deciding that, it will be something incriminating if you don't do your duty. You get the point? You must not put your problem in this society. You must be able to take care of your family. And there must be standard for it. You said my point. There must be standard.
Okay, Emiloko, hold on. I understand. Emiloko, hold on. I share your concern. So there's a question that was asked. How do you define those that can afford polygamy in African space?
Now,
you live in
this is how you define those that can afford polygamy in Africa. You must have shown from previous years how much taxes you have been paying. And from that tax bracket, we show if truly you are capable, in my opinion. You get the point? It's not maybe you are just, everybody assumes that you're a rich man, No. You must show it to law that you are truly wealthy. And the only way the law knows that you are wealthy is from the tax you pay, is from the business you do. Those things will make it up. So, okay, yes, this person can sustain that. Even if it doesn't work in the next 5, 6, 10 years, this person has something that can sustain. There's a way you design it, I'm telling you. You see, by that definition, by that measure, it received a lot of men out of that category. Or that the man that we enter itself, everybody say, oh, very good. Now, this kind of people say they be polygamous, true. You get the point? It's not just that any blind, that any maybe just say, I want to be polygamous. And no.
Yeah, we can never get it done. Obey.
Wait. Look at it. The thing is that you won't say you can never get it done. You make sure that if you truly want this thing, you say you are polygamous, right? If you now want it, pay the price. When you pay the price, then we know that yes, you are free to have it. You get. So by that, naturally, any logical man will sit down again and reevaluate and say, come, oh boy, this thing no pay me. And
Okay, let me ask a question. And this Muslim owned that is existing, is there any law backing it? Are you not sure that there's a rule that you must have
now,
capacity before you can
now
marry
that
four
is
wives?
where
Listen,
that is now
before
that
you
is
can marry
where
four wives,
now
how
that
are
is
they
where
able to checkmate them now after they
now
enter
you
into
know
it?
now you see for the
Yeah.
Muslims, you know that there is no they will just say love your wife generally and try to take care of them, all of them at the same time, the same way, all those kind of a thing. But the truth is that if we are a secular nation, we should enforce our laws above any religion.
True, true.
And by doing that, if your religion now says go and marry more than one wife, your religion must submit to the measures of our laws. We don't say you should not marry more than one wife and obey your religion. No, obey, do what you like. But before you do that, this is also what our law is saying. And there's no religion that doesn't say that you shouldn't obey the law of the land. So if the law of the land is saying before you can have the next wife, show proof of your last 10 years of tax payments. Let us see if it meets this bracket. What is your revenue per year? Let us see if it meets this bracket. All fine and
MSC
good.
question. See question.
Okay, can I say
Now,
something so
look
I
at this
can go and
question.
sleep?
Look at this question. Does LGBTQ run polygamy? Are they the same? They are not the
Okay,
same
hold
thing.
on, hold on, hold on. Amen. Let Uncle KJ speak, then you can come in next.
All
Thank
right.
you
Then I
so
want
much.
Jefferson. Jefferson, welcome. Hang in there.
Thank
Go
you
ahead,
so
Uncle
much.
KJ.
My advice to those men or women who want to be in a polygamous is to please go to Equatorial Guinea first after meeting with staying there
Thank
for
you.
10 years.
After meeting with Baba.
Until whether I'm still
Uncle
ready for
KJ,
it.
why are you like this, Uncle KJ? Why are you
Mr.
doing this to
KJ,
me?
Mr.
So,
KJ,
That guy is a legend.
you'll be surprised that a lot of women
That
will
guy is
want
a
to be in
legend.
that relationship with that man.
of course, now that's what I'm telling you.
They
And
will
they will
pay.
not even
Amen.
mind. They will not
Amen.
even
They
mind
will even
Amen, you
polygamy.
pay
are
the
so
man.
less. Amen, you are so right on the money.
Amen.
Have
Amen.
you not
Yes,
Women,
seen
Nigerian
have you not
women
seen
will
the
pay
traffic
that man. They will
I've been
pay.
taking
exactly.
to Equatorial
That is
Guinea?
why I said that.
So what I'm trying to conclude here,
Okay, sorry,
before you
Mr.
go on,
KJ.
the Igbos who went to Panya and came back will tell you the story of trying to be in a polygamous family, because all of them came back and they're walking like something hit them on the waist.
Waste don't finish.
So
They hear our own.
basically, what I'm trying to say is this: I for one, I would not like it to be a legislation coming outside of the church, because that will give government more and more control into the religious activity. But I will say that, just like you have said, there should be parameter for measuring, just to prevent the other far end of it, which is bad, which is what we're discussing. I don't want to call the name any longer. So
But
the other
these
end
things
is
are different. Even if you have polygamy system, Mr. KJ, it doesn't stop those who want to be LGBTQ. There's no way you can force a lady that love a lady to come and be a polygamy. You get the point? And even in their system, they might even have polygamy in their system too. Do you think that LGBTQ don't like having?
No, they have it. They have more.
So polygamy is polygamy in any way. It doesn't stop the other way or anything. It is who we are.
But I'll tell you the truth. For me as a man, I think, because of the complicity of women, and it's difficult to say you want to have more, because even for planning purpose, if you want to marry a wife and let your wife achieve all that God can be able to make her to be and support her in that role, I don't see how you can support two people in that process and also support the children. It's not going to work. So just like Obi has said, they're only going to increase your own pressure and probably not be around to even witness the development of what you have tried to do, because the more pressure you put on your system, the more it's impossible for you to, live a healthy life. So I would say, for men who want to live a healthy life and live like our fathers did, and be able to bring up your children and make sure that you brought them up properly, so that they too can be marriable, but either as women or as men, you need to have just one and put all your time to develop those ones.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. Can I?
KJ.
Okay, hold on, Uncle Obe. Okay, hold on, please. Jefferson just coming. I want him to talk. Then I'll have Obe. Then Emma, you can pick it up. Jefferson, could you please unmute? Thank you.
Yeah, good evening. Well done.
Good evening, Jefferson.
Jefferson, you don't see
this,
come back. We'll see there.
yeah, so
All right. The topic is good. We are discussing it. Yeah. If you ask me if polygamy should be legalized, yes, it has to be legalized. I mean, me personally, I'll not lie to you. Everybody is different too, but me as a guy, I would like to have many women in my life that do LGBTQ. My own opinion, because I don't see how LGBTQ is really helping the society. That causing more problem. But like they say, this is an era where everybody makes their own choices. Because at the end of the day, if you even look in the aspect of nature, of course, if you see the pride of lions, one big handsome lion to many lionesses. Of course, if the lion no do the needful, the lionesses will chop out. It's as simple as that. So if you look in nature, they have so many. In nature on its own is even polygamous. So I mean, that's how I see it. Should they legalize it? Yes, it should not be demonized, because at the end of the day, I just feel that we're just being hypocritical about so many things. Yeah, one man, one wife. One man, one wife is good, yes, if you concentrate on the woman. But sometimes, will not lie, see some women, when they give man headache, the man might look elsewhere, So these are the factors, and they say body no be firewood. So sorry, that's how I see it. I mean, I no crucify me, Sha. I just wanted to share my own little perspective on this.
I'll just let you know that Jefferson, we are human beings. The last time I checked, we're not a pack of lions, so we should have a different behavior with the lions. Since we are made the image of God and we're supposed to control those things, we're not supposed to start imitating what they do. Because those lions, I'm coming, sir. Those animals sleep with their sisters and their mothers. Should we also do the same thing? Because we're watching the animals.
Well, it is what it is,
Okay.
Oh, if you are talking of that, then even in the pack of wolves too, they have one man, one wife too, and it's just a mixture of things. If you study nature, you will see how
that's what I wanted to let you know, that wolves don't sleep with
Okay, so Jefferson, have you made your point? Because I want to go to Mr. Obe if you've made your point.
So
Thank you.
No, go ahead. Hold on, Mr. Obe. Jefferson has not finished. Jefferson,
okay, so no. So sorry. In summary, so what I'm saying is that it can be considered. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not about their shower. Adama, these are not their shower.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just making comments. I'm just speaking. I'm reading what the email I got, and it happens to be what I don't know why I just match what we're saying. That's all I'm saying. Jefferson, leave me alone.
Okay. It's in their shower. You remember that day, Bobby?
You know how we're time managing that, so how am I got their time? So even their chairman has always been here saving women. Jefferson has let's legalize it. We will legalize it because no problem.
At least we will have more population in the world. You'll be told.
No problem.
Jefferson, God bless you, Joe, my brother. How are these people, Joe?
Yeah, of course, it's good to be loyal to one, because the one that you love, if she loves you, at least it's good to love that one. But just in case anything goes wrong, now you just have to have a backup plan. You know what I mean? All right.
Okay, no problem. So Jefferson, okay, Mr. Obe, what is your destiny? Then I'll give it to Emiloko and Uncle KJ.
Yeah, on Emilokon's submission, he was trying to define capacity and legislation, how it will work. I think those issues that are so dicey, that are not stone on the dice, if you legislate them, the consistency of those ideologies, how do you define that in the future? The fact that the person is paying a lot of tax today and he's broke tomorrow, so what happens? He disengage the wives. So those are not. Is it that the person has a constant is an income that will never change? Those things are very. They are things that are not standard. They change with time. Anything can happen. So when you legislate such things, you'll be hitting the economy or your society into a very great danger. You know, at that point, you can't define somebody's income based on his tax he has paid prior year. Come on now. How about the future? Have you any come for him in the future that are telling him to raise a family, to go and marry a new wife, to go and born more children and cause problems for society? So those are relative ideologies that are not a standard for you to legislate on. It's very difficult at that level. The Muslim will tell you if you have capacity, marry four wives. All of them that are married four wives now, do they have capacity to marry four wives? All the Amajiri, who born them? Those are the issues. You can't standardize or you can't legislate a future of your capacity. Those things are not defined. You can be sick today now, all your income will die. As soon as Bros died, as in Abiola, well, his income stop at that level. It's only asset that will not be generating income for him and all that. So those are very relative items that are not basis to legislate on, and it's difficult to hold such an ideology into a set on a certain situation of our lives. That is why the standard of life becomes so dicey. Those days, our parents give birth to a lot of children because they put them on the pickup and they're going to the farm every weekend. They were communal effort those days. It was for a reason. Today, they're even going to advise you don't try it. My father will tell you, don't try it. Though. I have 10 children. If you can do two, it's okay. If you can do three, it's okay. He will advise you. Because you know that I'm the one training the children that he gave birth at this old age. I'm the one training them today. Probably because I'm in the US. I have to pay school fees. I have to do all that things. If I do it now, is it my children that are here that will be paying school fees of those that were born at my later age? So those things are no longer in vogue again because society has changed. We have metamorphosed. We have transformed. So if you're going to do that today, are you going to start creating, especially for your children that are already grown, that don't even know, that don't even see daddy, see mommy whenever they like, you know? So the difference is clear that we must know where we are at the moment. This is Gen Z generation. This is AI generation. Everything is online. Everything you see. The
How
fact that
would
you did for your parents doesn't mean that the children that you are giving birth to will make for you and you will stay for the future. It's very impossible or very, very uncertain to have that at the back of your mind to say, I'm going to create a big family because I'm going to enjoy. Enjoyment? What do you define your enjoyment now? How do you define your sexual urge? Come on. Those are very lean basis to
How's
legislate
the
on.
moral
That's my
level?
point.
How's
Huh?
the moral levels in those days
Moral. Moral was in place. It was very high.
compared to now?
But now it's dead. There's no morals now. There's no morals.
So
That's
you
it.
to
People
dogs.
like Obey and that get side chick, like they suspect her.
Oh my God. Hmm?
See,
Inside chick.
Obi,
Ma?
the thing is
Ma?
this.
Pa?
The thing is this, sir. I agree to everything you said. Personally, I love the monogamy system because I have seen how polygamy can be destructive, sincerely speaking. But even at that, I can also say I've seen where it has worked beautifully. I'm telling you, I have a picture of a particular man who stayed in an area that this man married two wives. Each of those wives had four children, and all those children they went to private schools, as at that time I was saying, and they went to federal universities. And for those who didn't go to federal universities, they went. It was done such that you will feel within the system that everybody was contented. And not that maybe it is hiding because I am very close to a lot of them on both sides. They were in the same roof. Each one in the same roof had their own flats. The children went to abroad for schooling. Those who didn't go, some went to private universities. And
That one a rich man now. That one a rich man. That one came money. That one
you
is
see,
okay.
Obe, sorry,
That's what
sorry.
they
There are
call
people that
Odogu.
can afford
Odogu.
Obe, exactly. Jefferson. Now the Odogu people, I say, make we make this law for. There are a lot of Odogus like that who are capable. So we shouldn't now hinder them from expressing themselves in that way. But before you
Okay.
qualify, wait, sir. Let me finish. Before you qualify as an Odogu, you must show proof. Say truly you be Odogu. That is what I'm trying to say. So if we have laws, if we have system in place, before you pass. It's just like you want to get visa to go to the United States. You must paste your document. You must prove that yes, you are who you are.
Okay,
You get the
capacity.
point?
Yeah.
So that once they give you that visa, you know that yes, I don't. Now the thing we have to talk about that. Let us make laws that will make sure that it's not, we are not asking you to buy the champagne from the US or from Italy, all those places. You must
Yeah.
pay the due, the custom dues to use them here.
Mm-hmm.
You get the point? That is it. So if you make those laws available so that nobody will say it is not available. No, you say it is available, it's over there. Go and access it, you are free. Nobody's stopping you. But if now you will want chop the fruit now, travel the journey, pay the price. If you can do that, all fine and good. That is what I'm saying. Are you getting it? And that is where I said, show proof, show that you are capable. So, and one of you said, okay, how do you know? One of the things that just came to my head was, okay, show proof of resources of revenue and tax payments in the past years. Because I think that's just one of the very correlative factor that you can use. But there are a lot of things that one can use. Let those people who will be in that committee now go and sit down and brainstorm. Let it be there. Let anybody that is willing to access it go and access it. But it shouldn't just be that because a lot of people we are going to know. So that those people that are doing this rubbish, so that they can be penalized properly. Because we must now start to penalize people who will just give birth and not take care of their children.
May I jump in here and ask a question based on your argument, please?
Yes, you can, sir. That is just my submission.
Okay. Monogamy, which is one man, one woman, and people having children and abandoning their children, what penalty has been used on them, please? Do you mind to clarify that for me, please?
Well, maybe we should also ensure that is done. But based on the argument we've been having, of course, we know that can happen. In fact, that's also happened a lot of time. But if you look at it,
does that not come to you as discriminatory? Because what will be your threshold in terms of financial capability you want to use, or you are suggesting or proposing to use to sanction or to approve somebody to have more than one wife, please, if you don't mind?
Now, okay, let me just give an analogy. If you want to import, if you want to use a Bentley in Nigeria, for example, maybe the cost is around 400 million. You'll be told to pay a duty of close to that amount normally, because they are quite they're exclusive they're exclusive commodities, and you must pay that high premium for them. We should have high premium. I don't know how high that can be, but we must make it extremely high so that a lot of people, like 99% of people, should naturally fall below that level. That is my opinion. But it should be there. It should be a target so that people can see that, hey, it is there, but achieve it. Let it be high enough. So I don't know how high enough. It is not just that maybe.
Thank you, sir. Sorry for interjecting you. They said nothing is permanent. Circumstances change. So let's say you put it at 100,000 in my account. I have a good job, and I have two wives, and circumstances change. I lost my job. I couldn't have. So what do? You're gonna annul it?
No, that is, look. You see, there's I don't know how I'm going to say it more than that. It is not 100,000. It is no. It must be something. It must be something weighty. Sincerely speaking, I believe it can work, and I think that is how it should be. If we truly want to deter the minds of men are logical beings, really. They will sit down and calculate their cost and say, oh boy, I know if you do this thing, and go and sit down with their wives and enjoy their families monogamously. But when the fruits are low hanging, then you make it accessible to hook liners, to Tom, Dick, and Harry. You must make those fruits high hanging, really high. So it is. I don't know how we can define that level, but it must be. I don't care if it means maybe 500 million in the account. I don't know, whatever. It must be a level of decision that must be made. Let it even be obvious that we don't want you to do this thing. We don't encourage it. You know, that kind of a law that must be there. We don't encourage monogamy, but if you want to go ahead, go and pay the price first. That is the kind of thing that we want. It's just like saying,
the best thing is for us to start the advocacy first. When we start to advocating for it,
I advocate for monogamy to be there.
But in my considered opinion, you don't equate human being with a non-living thing. Let's these are human beings we are talking about.
Is it not the same human beings that are sleeping on the street now? Is it not
Yeah,
the same human beings? We are talking of something that is pragmatic and can solve the
the
problem. That is what I'm
human
saying.
beings that are sleeping on the streets, do they come from a polygamous home?
Well, a lot of them
Question.
could have come from there.
Question. In Europe, the human beings that are sleeping on the street, do they come from polygamous home?
Well, they are kind of correlative one way or the other, I believe.
This is a power question. Based on your statistics, the human beings that are sleeping on the street, do they come from polygamous home?
I've answered you. That I believe that one way or the other, if you trace it, you will see a sense of that in it. But the thing is that yes, I'm not. You can't say that is it certainly. Of course, I understand where you're going. I'm not disputing all your facts. Maybe I might be sounding like that. I agree to everything that has been said. But my point is that based on this topic, if we are going to be free-minded and just look at it on the surface level, that should it be legalized? I think it should be. Let people who are capable. I am not capable of a polygamous.
Okay. So no, but I think the problem you're having is define what that capable is in African setting. Given that you live back home, define that capability.
No, that's capability. If it means that we should make Dangote or Femi Otedola kind a yardstick, I don't mind.
No, we can't. No, we can't.
No. Listen to me, Mama Dama. Listen to me. Do you know why I'm saying this? Look.
Okay.
I made an analogy the other time. I said if you want to drive a Porsche car in Nigeria or a Bentley, if you import it, you pay a premium for that. Do you know what they do to make that? Do you know why they are asking you to pay? They could have asked you to pay the normal DC fees because they want to discourage importing of such vehicles or such luxury. They want to discourage it, but they won't say it shouldn't be available. In order to discourage it, just put the measures in place that will make people think twice and let those who are capable. How many people are thinking twice because they become polygamous in Nigeria? No, it is virtually anybody can become polygamous by just taking one thing and doing another. You get my point? But if you make it a law so that yes,
in other words, a deterrent factor. That's what you're saying. A deterrent.
Exactly. Yes. Let it be there so that anybody that goes into it, we know that no, you know that there's something to pass through before you get there. Rather than it is just free hanging all around and from there littering all the places with unnecessary beings who could have been doing something different in their own worlds. So that is just my advocacy that should it be legalized? Yes. But the measures in place to make sure that you achieve it must be premium valued so that it is just not anybody that can achieve it. As I say, if it means a Dangote level, in order to discourage maybe 99.9% of the people, let us make it that way. That is how it should be done. It should be open to anybody, but can you achieve it and pay the law? Fine and good, go ahead. If it means you are going to work your life and do that. So,
Sister Adamu, Sister Adamu, if you can allow me.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Uncle Ike, you can.
Electricity asks a question. The people that live in the street in Europe, are they coming from polygamous family?
Sir, not everybody will come from polygamous will live on the street.
I'm coming now. I want to answer electricity because that was the question he asked you. You gave your own opinion. I just want to give my opinion on that.
All right. Respect.
Electricity, you know the fact and you know the truth. You are just trying to pull our legs here. Majority of the people who you find in the street in America and Europe or anywhere is because two things. One is because the law in where we live is that when you are divorced, your wife kicks you out of the house. You don't have a home. Two, most of the people that they live in the street are people who are, some of them are drug addicts, right? So they lost their home because they use their money to buy drugs and they lose their homes. So it's not about the issue that the people we see here that are because from the polygamous family. We all know the reason why a lot of them are on the street. Most men you find in the street, right? It's because of these two. The reason most of the time, 85% of the reason are these two things that I just give you now. That's the reason why. You can find You can find some people who went to fight for America in Iraq and Iran. Some of them live in street in California, right? So it's not about what we're talking about. You know, we know the reason why people live in the street in this part of the world. It's not to be compared with Africa, where we come from. We know the reason why most of the children are in the street, right? So the two of them are not the same thing. That's the only point I just want to make here based on the question electricity asked.
Okay, thank you, sir. Emilio Con, do you have any other thing to say, please?
I think I have made my points clear that make it available for anybody, but let it be premium valued. If it means the standard of Dangote, I don't mind.
Mr. Obe.
That means nobody will practice the polygamy now. When you are making love for only 0.0001% of the
100%. The law is for everybody, but
but it's not tenable. That's what I mean. So that such will not be that popular. And when from your analogy, it's obvious now that when you go to vote, that there's no way such law will pass based on such limitations. You understand what I mean? Because it will be just an extreme end of the society, and
no,
laws are not popular laws
Mr.
are only what pass through.
Mr.
You
Obe.
know, that's what I'm saying now. What I'm saying, I understand what you said. What you said is that if you put so much student measures on it, it only means
Yeah.
that so many 0.01 will not be qualified for it. Such laws does
Yes.
not have any effect on the ideology behind legislation. Exactly what I mean. So on that ground, it now means that this is not a popular say. If left for the topic of today, that comparing it with LGBT, how about people who are bisexual? Can they now, I can have a wife in the house and marry another man to come and join us? Those kind of things. It will not rob into so many complexity, and that begins to damage the society as it were. You know, those are these little issues why a monogamy becomes the ideal life, the ideal situation. That's
No,
just
when
what
you
I
say
think it is.
ideal, that is already subjective. When you say
Yeah.
ideal,
Oh.
it
Okay,
is
so can
subject
we hear
to your
can we
experience.
hear from electricity so that we can know where he stands? Electricity, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yeah.
can hear you.
Okay, I just need to mute some echoing back. Am I still echoing? Oh, hold on one second. I know where it's coming from. Sorry about that. Coming from my hand. Apologies. Is that okay now? Why is this? Why am I still echoing? So, did anybody have
It's
their
okay
this
now,
thing on?
Mr. Electricity.
Okay, thank you very much.
It's
Uh,
better now.
okay. Yeah, Mr. Ike, thank you very much for that. Why I said that was in response to what Emmy said, that using those who are sleeping on the street. I stand to be corrected. Probably come from a polygamous home in Western part of Europe here. Yes, you're correct. Most of those who are sleeping on the streets, that drug, bad bad management of their funds, broken marriage, and everything. And that is why some of them are on the street, not as a result of polygamy. I'm not disputing the fact that we don't have certain hills in polygamous relationship. No, I'm not disputing that fact. It's always there. At the same time, uh, one man and one wife, a man and a husband, equally also, they have relationship. Most broke, some homes are broke, they're broken. What my argument is this: what is good for the goose is good for the what? For the gander. Polygamy has been practiced over the years. Over the years. And the stigmatization of it. Sorry, I need to mute Adama. Sorry about that. The stigmatization of it is what we should kick against. Because why, like I said in my opening argument on this, We don't know the circumstances.
Electricity. I just want to buttress. Is this your final submission?
I believe so. If not, if people
Uh,
have to speak, yeah,
No,
this
no,
is my
no,
final
no.
submission.
Yeah, can you make this your final submission so we can close, please?
Okay,
Thank
all
you.
right. Has everybody spoken then? Adama, has everybody spoken?
Yes, everybody has spoken except Jefferson and Tokwe and I. That's it.
Okay, so I'll let both of you go first. The three of you go first, then I'll make my final submission. That's
No,
okay.
you can go ahead. You can go ahead. I'm not ready. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So, what is good for the goose is good for the gander. The hills in the society today, I stand to be challenged. It's not as a result of what? Of polygamous relationship or marriage. The hills we're seeing in society today doesn't come from polygamous relationship. Only, in fact, most of it doesn't come from it. I protect women in these circumstances because they happen to be in it and suffer the stigmatization that us men. So fair is fair. I'll give an example. We're all men here, okay? And we meet someone beside the wife we've married. We fall in love with them or they fall in love with us. We go ahead, they have children, we marry them, etc. and etc. So why can't we give them that same fairness of protection when people come out to speak against this polygamous relationship? You see, I'm not promoting it, but I'm saying it happens. And from having to study books, including the Bible over the years, there are certain individuals that were excluded from going into a polygamous relationship in the Bible. God Himself, outrightly, He has never said, "You're wrong." My sister, our sisters can be found in these circumstances that when you ask them, "Oh, what happened?" they will tell you, "Listen, I love him. Do you know he has a wife before?" "Yes, I do." "Are you prepared to be a second wife?" "Yes, I do." So are we going to judge them and condemn them because of what? And for the fact that we're saying we have to put a threshold, like a threshold of how much a man should have in his account before he can now be sanctioned or approved to run a polygamous one, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Then you have to apply the same to single guys or single person like you and I to say, okay, before you can marry Janet, you must have a 10 million in your account or have 50 million in your account. I mean, that is discriminatory on its own. If the women choose to, they are happy with it. They want to go. You see, at the end of the day, it's a choice of the women at the end of the day to say, you know what, I want to do it. I don't want to do it. But the thing is, you don't know. We don't know the circumstances that made these women to be in this polygamous relationship. And even when we come to know, we shouldn't pass judgment. I yield the floor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Tokwe, are you ready for your final submission?
Yeah, it's gonna be brief. I just want to use this time and opportunity to thank every single person that joined us today. We really appreciate your support. Please keep the conversation going. If you have any topics you'd like us to discuss, please email us on the email address in the comment section that we sent earlier on. I'll send it again before we end the show. My last 2 cents, electricity said it all. Whatever is good for the goose is good for the gander. I stand on legalizing polygamy, but not just polygamy, polyandry. I think we left out that part in the question. If you're like legalizing polygamy, we should also legalize polyandry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to say to our panelists, Uncle KJ, huh?
No, I'm
Jefferson, go ahead. Jefferson, oh, sorry, your final submission. Sorry.
Amen.
Go ahead, Jefferson. Can you hear me? IMS gave his final submission. Jefferson, go ahead. Jefferson, are you there?
I don't think.
No, he's not here. I don't think he's there.
Okay, Emma has spoken. Emma has spoken, and everybody.
I think it's you left. Yeah, I think it's you
I'm
left.
the only one left. I think this is my final submission. My final submission is thank you all for joining us on this wonderful segment. I want to thank the whole panelists. Electricity, thank you for all you do. Tokwe, oh, thank you. And our panelists, I have who is this one? Jefferson, Emilio Con, and who is the I? Who is the I? I can't. Uncle Ike, Uncle KJ, Man of Prestige, AY, Tone, and who else? AY Tone, Forefather, and Local P. Who else spoke? I can't remember everybody does. But I just want to tell all our panelists that Uncle John Abba, thank you, that came and contributed.
Man of Prestige.
Man of Prestige. Thank you all for coming to contribute to this segment. We appreciate you all. My final submission is this. Listen, if we have to legalize polygamy, please legalize it. Let them marry as much wife as they want to. But my only condition is let me have my own space. Let her have her own space. Me and her cannot share the same space. That is my only conditions. So I think that will do it for us. Y'all have a good weekend, and we'll see you guys next week, Saturday. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you once again. Thank those of you who gave super chats. I've highlighted earlier before I will highlight it again. Tima Jack and Dr. Tima Jack again. Another Tima Jack, thank you. Tima Jack again, thank you. One man went to Mo, thank you very much. A wife for real, thank you. Tima Jack again. So I want to thank those of you in the comment section who have joined. Like I said, next week is going to be another banger. There's a dress code, even though we don't use camera. It's called PJ. That means put on your pajamas, even though you're behind camera. So it's going to be another banger. Thank you once again, and have a lovely weekend and stay out of trouble. God bless.
Bye, all.
Bye.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Bound in freedom, peace, and unity. Hey, that's so. Oh, yeah. Arise, oh, compatriots. Nigeria, call obey to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might. One nation bound